Good evening and welcome to UBS Arena here on Long Island, where for the first time in history, two Israeli teams will play in the United States. It's HC Tel Aviv and the Jerusalem Capitals in the USA Challenge Cup. This evening, I am joined by Stefan Rosner and David Kolb from the Hockey News. David and Stefan, great to be with you guys tonight.
Thanks for having us.
Of course. So we have a great game coming up on tap. A lot of great talent, both Israeli and American. We're going to get into that in just a moment. Stefan, I want to start with you tonight.
Yep.
I know you cover the Islanders here all the time. They play here at UBS Arena. But does something feel a little bit different here in the arena tonight?
Yeah, there's definitely a special, I would say, aura. You know, you walk in, it's like you're a kid going to a game or a media member first time. You walk into a building, you look up at the bright lights, things like that. That's what it feels like tonight. It's an historic thing, like a historic game like you just said. So, yeah, you get a little emotional, right? You know, a lot of work was put in for this game to actually happen, and the fact that we're here about to watch it, it's going to be a real special night for sure.
Yeah, so, David, I want to come to you for a second. New York is home to millions of Jews of plenty of denominations all across the spectrum. How could hockey be a uniting factor for this community, especially given, you know, everything that the Jewish community has gone through since October 7th?
Well, I've been lucky enough to bring my kids up in a time where from a time where hockey wasn't so prevalent in the metropolitan area to a time now where I see kids in this area going to school, in college, going to the NHL. I mean, Zach Hyman, these guys are really exploding onto the scene, but I've seen it from when they were 4 and 5 years old. They're playing travel hockey now with non-Jews. They're playing together. They're playing against them, like the New Jersey Avalanche. They're playing against non-Jews, and it's a fully Jewish team. So the way Jews have come together to play hockey and are now assimilating with non-Jews in just a tremendous platform, hockey has been tremendous. And there are a couple of people that have been instrumental along the way, building the game, especially on ice. I know from I started a program when I was young, but even Frisch in New Jersey is playing ice hockey in the New Jersey leagues. It's unheard of. A guy like Ralph Abacassis, who really started that program and got it going. It's an amazing thing to see it go from these little rinks to here in UBS Arena. For me, is just incredible.
So I want to set the stage for our viewers a little bit about what you're going to see tonight. So we have, of course, two Israeli teams, HC Tel Aviv and the Jerusalem Capitals. But, of course, as you'll learn throughout this broadcast, the players are from everywhere. We have Israeli players, we have American players, Canadian players. And what's beautiful about these two teams and about this league is that they've done such a good job of incorporating and bringing everyone together. I know we were talking before the broadcast. I called it cultural diffusion. I think that's so important for the growth of the game of hockey worldwide. I think that's huge, guys. Yeah,
it's absolutely tremendous. Again, what you talked about, what the Jewish people have gone through, but just everyone getting along, playing a game where you have to get along, right? You need chemistry. You need to be able to work with one another. And the fact that everyone can come together for a sport of hockey and just play a game, I think that's just incredibly important.
So, Stefan, I want to go back to you. You know, we're in an NHL arena. That's historic for Israeli hockey. And, you know, many players are going to get to play on that ice right behind us tonight for the first time, and who knows, maybe the only time ever. How special must that be for all these players tonight?
Yeah, I think it's definitely weighing on them right now. They're probably very nervous in the locker room, but once they get on the ice, hit the ice for warm-ups, get a feel that they are just playing hockey, I think they'll settle down. But, yeah, they're going to appreciate this. I think that's what's important. You're making a memory here, and like you said, it could be your only time. It is your first time, but could be your only time doing this. Soak it all in. The crowd is probably going to be amazing here with the support of friends and family. So, yeah, nerve-wracking time, but once the puck drops, I think they'll just settle in and play the game of hockey they've been playing for their entire life.
David, I want to get back to you because you made a great point earlier about some Jewish hockey players playing in the NHL right now. You talk about Zach Hyman, who scored 50 goals last year, Adam Fox, who plays just down the street over in Madison Square Garden. Some incredible Jewish names are making their way into the NHL right now. Do you think we're living in a golden age of Jewish ice hockey?
There's no question. I mean, the way hockey itself has grown, it's grown into the Jewish community, and thankfully, now we have our heroes in the NHL, like you just mentioned. Watching Adam Fox is just incredible. Zach Hyman, Jason Zucker, who's been, you know, he went from Vegas to now in Buffalo. He's been tremendous. You have the three Hughes brothers, Jacob Chitrin. They've all been unbelievable. There are accounts that follow NHL players saying, ranking who's great, who's coming up in the college ranks on the junior level, and there are so many. And then in the junior level, there are so many as well. So just to see these names represented in the NHL, now in junior hockey, you see them worldwide in IIHF tournaments, it's happening. We're part of the hockey universe, which has become so unbelievable to see.
So, Stefan, I know the NHL recently has expanded into so-called non-traditional markets. We had Las Vegas a couple years ago. Unfortunately, the Phoenix experiment didn't work out, but the NHL is expanding, and hockey is expanding globally. I would definitely consider Israel to be a non-traditional hockey market, given its climate and its lack of access to a lot of hockey equipment and rinks. But how important is it for NHL and international hockey to expand its borders into non-traditional markets?
It's incredible. I mean, I think it's so important because you're trying to grow a game that really is a minority game. You look at the 4 major sport teams, and the hockey's always at the end of that, right? And I think they were in Australia for games. They do the World Cup of Hockey. I think it's so important because there are a lot of kids out there, even in the U.S., but also around the world, that don't know what hockey is. And you talk to a lot of people, they say, I don't know hockey, and then they go and watch a game, and they think, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen, right? So I think it's so important that the NHL and any IHF country, you just find a way to bring everyone together, showcase the game, because it really is the most beautiful game in the world.
It's amazing. I remember the first time I watched an Israel Elite Hockey League game was almost 5 years ago in a tiny little rink in Hulon. We'll talk more about that later. And you just had these Israelis who were there for a free skate and then saw there was a game happening, and they're like, oh my God, this is incredible. They're throwing hits, they're scoring goals, there's a lot of action. I think just the more people are exposed to this game, the more they love it.
Yeah, I remember my first game coming here. I was playing they handed out a Mike Peck a hockey stick when I was about 4 or 5 years old. And I'm playing with that the whole time, then I realized, I could watch this game. It's a pretty cool game to watch. And yeah, just the excitement. I think going to a game is so much different than watching. So to see fans first time come to games and really experience that, it's really cool. And again, in non-traditional markets, you get kids hooked onto this quick, and all they're going to want to do is talk, play, and just watch hockey.
Stefan and David, what are you most looking forward to tonight?
I'm looking forward to seeing how far these Israeli kids have come. I remember going to Israel when I was 13, one rink in Metula, and to see it come so far to UBS Arena, amazing.
I'm looking at the emotions, the celebrations, the highlight reel glove saves. You want to see all that emotion play out tonight.
Thank you, guys. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back with a more in-depth look at the two teams playing here at UBS Arena tonight. We'll be right back.
For over 2 decades, Nefesh B'Nefesh has assisted over 80,000 Olim in making Israel their home. Along with personalized Aliyah facilitation, Nefesh B'Nefesh offers a robust array of post-Aliyah services, all to ensure successful integration into Israeli society. For over 2 decades, Nefesh B'Nefesh has and will continue its mission to facilitate, advocate, educate, and celebrate the miracle of the Jewish state and Aliyah. And we are excited by the promising future of connecting tens of thousands more to our homeland.
Just try and use our gloves and just pull. We got this. We're gonna do it. We're hockey players. We can figure this out. Yeah. Not good.
Maybe if I'm using my stick like that, it will work. I don't know, like chop it.
What are we gonna do?
We got one.
We're gonna leave.
Yeah, we're gonna leave. Yeah.
You guys are good?
We're good, thank you.
How about using the Leket gloves?
No, we're good. It's working for us. We're fine, right? Yeah. No.
Guys, drop the gloves already.
Really? That's what you want? We'll drop the gloves. You want us to drop the gloves?
We'll drop the gloves.
We'll drop the gloves. Let's go.
Let's go. Man, come on.
Hockey players might not be great at pulling vegetables out of the ground, but you can definitely be excellent at it. Join us for volunteering at Leket, Israel's national food rescue organization. Each of you can help by harvesting and collecting surplus high-quality food and distributing it to hundreds of thousands of people all across Israel. Join us or donate, and together we can make a real difference. Leket Israel, proud sponsor of the IEHL USA Challenge Cup.
Welcome back to UBS Arena. I'm Ben Baruch with Stefan Rosner and David Kolb of the Hockey News. We're continuing our pregame show here from UBS Arena before HC Tel Aviv takes on the Jerusalem Capitals. And now I want to go into these two teams and talk a little bit more about them so that our viewers at home can learn a little bit more about what they're going to see tonight. So I want to start with HC Tel Aviv. And, of course, these are two original teams in the IEHL. HC Tel Aviv won that championship back in year one. They went on a Cinderella run in the playoffs, and they beat Hulon. I think the score was 9-8 in overtime. That was a thrilling game. But since then, it's been a struggle for Tel Aviv. They haven't recaptured that former glory, and they're looking to get back to it. Here tonight would be a great way for them to, pick up on what they had in that first magical season of theirs. So, Stefan, what could a win like this do for this HC Tel Aviv team?
I mean, it's absolutely massive, Ben. You look at wins and momentum is a crazy thing. And I think for them to try to get back on track in a big arena like this, that'll get everybody going. And that's one of those games, one of these games where if you do win this one, you build on that momentum. But, yeah, this is a massive opportunity for them to turn their tides around.
So, David, Tel Aviv has two offensive weapons. It's Nikita Lukin and Kirill Polozov. And the reason I'm highlighting those two is because they both played in the KHL over in Russia. That's widely believed as the second best hockey league in the world. The question is, how could Tel Aviv and the rest of that team sort of work off of that talent?
Well, it starts in practice. They see the way they operate. They see the way they handle themselves. They see the way they actually play. And you pick up skills from better players. That's just the way it always is. And I guess this team is very lucky to be able to play with two KHL-type players. We have, they walk in to the dressing room right away. They're going to command respect. They've been there. They've played in the second highest level worldwide. So they know, these guys are the guys we're going to follow. They see the way they play. They see certain skills that these two KHL players picked up in the KHL. So these guys found it from better talent. And here they are teaching it to younger, newer players, and these guys should be soaking it up like a sponge.
Stefan, we're going to have Max Goldberg starting in net tonight for HC Tel Aviv. We'll get more into him a little bit later, but he owns an 0-2 record with an .883 save percentage representing Tel Aviv against Jerusalem. Now, he's played for other teams as well. We'll talk about him more later. But combined with a defensive core that, is not as experienced as Jerusalem, and we'll get into them in a second, how important is it for Tel Aviv to play a 200-foot hockey game against the Jerusalem Capitals? And, of course, explain to our viewers what a 200-foot hockey game means.
Yeah, it just means playing smart in all three zones, up and down the ice. And I think it's really important for the goaltender early on to settle people down, settle his teammates down, control your rebounds, cover pucks, and communicate. Talk to your defenders. And you talk about it the other way around. For the defense and the defense court, blocking shots, but also talking to the goaltender, making sure you're getting pucks out and getting them deep on the forecheck, establishing that early. Tel Aviv wants to get the puck down the ice and just dominate and play their game. They don't want to get caught in Jerusalem's game, and I think that's the biggest thing, but it starts with your goaltender. First couple of shots, controlling your rebounds, allowing everyone else to calm down and focus on just playing their game.
I want to shift our attention to the Jerusalem Capitals a little bit. They've been a team that's experienced much more success in the IEHL. First season, they won the bronze medal game. Then they lost in the championship, winning silver, bronze again, and then another silver. They just can't get over that hump for Jerusalem. But, against Tel Aviv, they've done really well, winning 6 out of 8 all-time meetings. So what's worked for Jerusalem in those meetings, Stefan?
Yeah, I think you get to your game, you score, and you play defense. I think the biggest thing in games like this, especially against a team that's maybe been struggling, right, is you want to get to your game because once you let them play their game, they're going to have problems. So I think for Jerusalem, it's you establish your game early and often, and as long as you keep your foot on the gas, you really give your opponent no chance.
Now, David, I want to talk about one of Jerusalem's great young players. His name is Nikita Zitzerman. He's only 16 years old. He's playing in international tournaments against men, and he's doing really well, scoring at over a point a game pace. He scored a great goal against Max Goldberg. He's known for his speed. How does he have to adjust to playing against men here tonight?
Well, he's got to be careful not to be hit. He's definitely, brittle compared to the bigger, more veteran players. But he should really, take advantage of this situation. He's playing in an NHL rink. He's looking to maybe get, a junior in Canada role. So maybe this is his launch point. You know, maybe he could create a little bit of a highlight reel here at UBS Arena today. That's what he, should be thinking. Obviously, he's got to be in safe areas around the ice, as any youngster should. He's not fully developed. But this is an opportunity of really a lifetime for him, who's a 16-year-old. He's very young. He's playing with men here today. He's been playing with men internationally. And you see him here wristing one to the roof. He's a guy that he might be, a breakthrough player for Israel at some point. And, we might see what he can produce here at UBS today.
And to piggyback off that, too, I mean, he's a young player. He plays up age group-wise. This is his time to showcase what he has. He's got a lot of skill, right? This is the opportunity to show it. You're being tasked against veteran players. Make it count and show off, put the highlight reel on.
So I want to talk about some of those veteran players because Jerusalem's got plenty of them. They have, I believe if I'm reading my roster sheet right, 4 players over the age of 40, which you never see in the NHL. But, we're getting that here in Israeli hockey tonight. And that's not to say that these players aren't good. They're some of Jerusalem's best players. 2 of them have played professionally. How is that a strength for them tonight?
Yeah.
Well, the strength obviously is going to be their experience, right? I would say that short shifts might be the smart route, but that in general experience and they're in a dressing room of an NHL arena right now. And really, that's the experience they can convey to these players.
So we're going to take a quick break right here from UBS Arena. When we come back, we're going to start talking to the players once they get down onto the benches. We'll be right back here from UBS Arena. It's the IEHL pregame show.
Israel is pretty small and we don't have a lot of tourists these days.
שאין אנשים, אין מכירות.
Business-wise, I was paralyzed.
I didn't sell for like 2-3 months. All our relatives and friends said that we need to leave the Israel.
I just like to spread the light in this really, really dark times here in the country.
As it gives us the opportunity to sell outside of Israel, around the world.
We'll do everything for you, just give us the products and we'll do all this messy stuff that I don't like to do.
The fact that I can help people around the world feel connected to Israel.
זה לא שאנחנו עובדות עם עסק, אנחנו עובדות ביחד עם עסק.
It's a big pleasure to have our candles all over the world. הכרתי את עסק לפני חצי שנה. ישר עולה לי חיוך.
Hi, my name is Alexis Efron, and I am the Influencer Brand Manager here at Barzell Media. Now, more than ever, it's time to stand behind the voices of Jewish pride. There is so much potential to make an impact online. But how do we do that? How do we take action and fight back digitally without spending a dime or having a massive following behind us? That's where Spark comes in. Spark is a technology platform used to amplify the voices of our pro-Israel influencers and make sure that their message is heard. So, join our community, take 2 minutes a day to take action. Scan the QR code below and download Spark Activist and join using the code BARZEL. Let's rally the digital troops.
Welcome back to UBS Arena here on Long Island. Warm-ups getting closer and closer by the minute. Soon we're going to see those players and we're going to get a chance to talk to them. Welcome back inside the booth. I'm Ben Barug alongside Stefan Rosner and David Kolber here in the IEHL USA Challenge Cup pregame show. I want to talk a little about the Israel Selects program that the IEHL runs. This group of players is it's a mix of Israeli and American players. They're some of the best players in the IEHL. And what they do is they go around the United States, they go around Europe even, and they're playing pro, semi-pro teams, and they're showing off Israeli hockey to the world. They've recently been in Las Vegas, the University of Michigan, just to name a few places, Toronto. There you see a map. Also, plenty of cities over in Ohio, over in Finland as well. How important is it for Israeli hockey to market themselves across the United States, David?
Oh, it's massive. I know they went to Las Vegas, and I know they played in the practice facility for the Golden Knights, and I think that's huge. They played in Yost Arena in Michigan, which is just incredible. I mean, the experience for the players is great, but the players are also meeting other people along the way, and that's the biggest thing. They're exposing themselves to the universe, really. They go to Las Vegas, and I know that game was heavily, a lot of fans were there. That's a big deal for the players, but more so they're meeting, and on the flip side, like they played against a Michigan club team, they meet people there that they otherwise never would have met, and also those people are meeting players from Israel that they never would have met, which is amazing.
And it's amazing in some of these games. I've spoken to some of the players who've played. They tell me that when they play against these American teams, they're not ready for the kind of talent that these Israeli players are bringing. And it takes them, a period, 2 periods, maybe even a game in a 2-game series for them to really adjust to the strength of play that the Israeli players are bringing. So here's are some of those players that have adjusted, some of the best players in Israeli history. You look at Mike Janello, 64 points. He leads Tel Aviv all time in their franchise, and he didn't even play one season. He missed last season to go coach down in Florida and some nagging injuries that he had to take care of. You see, he leads basically every category. 27 goals, 37 assists for, 64 points. Mike Katz, he only played one season, 48 penalty minutes in that one season. He was really fun to watch. He was there the season that I was in Israel a couple of years ago. And Daniel Krein, who unfortunately we're not going to see tonight, he's played a ton of hockey for this Tel Aviv team, put up 481 saves in 4 seasons playing with HC Tel Aviv. Those are pretty good numbers, 64 points in less than 30 games.
Yeah, it's pretty good. That's more than a point per game. That's what you want to see, right? I mean, I'm looking at the penalty minutes, right? One season, you said?
One season.
Yeah, that's you know what? You need that, though. You need someone that's going to go out there, stand up for his teammates, lay the body. Hopefully, legal, laying the body, but maybe not with the penalties. But, yeah, no, I mean, seeing guys that also play for a team and stay on a team, right, and level up there and rack up the accolades, that's really important, too.
I think that what that tells you about this league, though, is that it is physical. And there's going to be a lot of hits tonight. We'll look at the Jerusalem side for a second. There you see some of their leaders. Yuval Halpert is the all-time leaders in points, goals, and assists. Josh Greenberg and Isaac Levy both tied with 32 games played. Jonathan Resinger, who you'll see tonight with nearly 1,000 saves in 4 seasons for Jerusalem. And there you see Talav Neri, who both plays and co-founded this league, 132 penalty minutes. But again, I want to get back to that physicality because, the players are really passionate about tonight. Talking to them before, they're really excited. They want to get into it. Physicality is going to be a big thing we're going to see tonight.
Yeah, you got to set the tone. I think that's the most important thing. We talked about the emotions early and the nerves. And I said once the puck drops, you're just playing hockey, right? The quickest way to get into a game is not just to hit players, but also be hit. Get into the emotional stuff.
So I agree with Stefan. Just the physicality coming out of the bat is very important to getting the guys into the game. But these guys have a rivalry as well, right? So somebody's going to, if there's an opportunity, somebody's going to hit somebody.
So we're going to take one more quick break before we have warm-ups and interviews with the players. Stay right with us here on YouTube from UBS Arena, and we'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Brian Spivak, founder and CEO of Barzell Media, and welcome to the IEHL USA Challenge Cup. Since October 7th, we've stood by our soldiers. But what about our digital warriors? The the ones using their platform to keep our voices heard. That's where Barzell Media comes in, the economic Iron Dome for Israel and the Jewish people. We are providing paid brand partnerships for anyone standing with Israel. We are ensuring that the voices that the world is trying to silence are backed with full economic force. We may be small, but we are mighty. The bullies, their time is over. This is our time. So follow Barzell Media, support our sponsors, and enjoy the game, everyone.
Hockey is fast. Hockey is intense. And just like the game, the world of Bitcoin mining never stops. Mining provides cutting-edge hosting solutions for Bitcoin miners, ensuring maximum efficiency, uptime, and profitability. Just like in hockey, speed and power matter. That's why mining keeps your ASICs running at peak performance. Proud partner of the IEHL USA Challenge Cup, powering the game.
Leket Israel, proud sponsor of the IEHL USA Challenge Cup.
Israel is pretty small and we don't have a lot of tourists these days.
שאין אנשים, אין מכירות.
Business-wise, I was paralyzed.
I didn't sell for like 2-3 months. All our relatives and friends said that we need to leave the Israel.
So I just like to spread the light in this really dark times here in the country.
ESEC gives us the opportunity to sell outside of Israel, around the world.
We'll do everything for you, just give us the products and we'll do all this messy stuff that I don't like to do.
The fact that I can help people around the world feel connected to Israel.
זה לא שאנחנו עובדות עם עסק, אנחנו עובדות ביחד עם עסק.
It's a big pleasure to have our candles all over the world. הכרתי את עסק לפני חצי שנה. ישר עולה לי חיוך.
Hi, my name is Alexis Efron, and I am the Influencer Brand Manager here at Barzell Media. Now, more than ever, it's time to stand behind the voices of Jewish pride. There is so much potential to make an impact online. But how do we do that? How do we take action and fight back digitally without spending a dime or having a massive following behind us? That's where Spark comes in. Spark is a technology platform used to amplify the voices of our pro-Israel influencers and make sure that their message is heard. So, join our community, take 2 minutes a day to take action. Scan the QR code below and download Spark Activist and join using the code BARZEL. Let's rally the digital troops.
Welcome back to UBS Arena, where warm-ups are about to get underway. The teams are taking to the ice for the first time ever here on Long Island. We're getting our interview set up there. You see Jerusalem skating around the nets. You'll see Tel Aviv in a moment too. They're coming out. They're getting ready to go. This is really exciting, guys.
No, this is awesome. I see the flow for some of these guys. Bucket list.
Yeah, I was going to say bucket list. Without the helmets, that's the way we like to see warm-ups.
Yeah, we're not following NHL rules to a T here tonight. Just enough so that these players can enjoy themselves, have a great time, and really put on a great show for everyone. The stadium is filling up here at UBS, and we're getting ready for an exciting night of hockey. Before we get to the players downstairs, I want to talk a little bit about these two teams. And I mentioned before, Jerusalem has the upper hand over Tel Aviv, winning 6 of 8 matchups. But I want to hone in on one game that Tel Aviv won. There you can see it on your screen in 2022 when HC Tel Aviv beat Jerusalem by a score of 4-3. That was a game that was stolen by Daniel Kreiner. We talked about him a little bit before. He's the he's HC Tel Aviv's all-time leader in saves, and he really stole that game that night. Stefan, how could a goalie steal a game for your team?
Yeah, it's everything. I think you could argue and say it's probably the most important position in all of sports, right? When a goalie's locked in and dialed in, like I said before, calming the team down, controlling the rebounds, it changes everything in terms of a game plan for a team. And in big moments and in big chances, if you're able to deny the other team a goal, that could really turn the tide and keep the momentum going for your team. Or on the flip side, you make that big save that turns the momentum in your favor, that could directly lead to a win. And we talked about momentum being a powerful thing, and goaltenders have the ability to swing that all the time.
What also stood out to me about that game was that Daniel Kreiner faced a lot of shots and made a lot of saves. You know, we talk about goaltenders maybe liking to face more or less shots. How does that play into a goalie's mind?
Yeah, I think every goalie is different. For me, I want to face a couple of shots early. Not high-danger shots, but enough shots where I get a feel for it. And I think for goalies that don't face shots early in a game, it's very hard to settle in. You want to get involved early. You don't want to be hit it with 10, 11, 12 shots in the first minute, but you want those soft shots, control your rebounds, hold on, get into the rhythm. So I think for tonight especially, it's very important for both goaltenders to really settle in, make their saves they have to make early, get the whistles, and just get a feel for the game. And when they're able to do that, like I said before, it really trickles down to their teammates.
And when you make a really good save against a great player, what does that do for your confidence?
Oh, I mean, flashing the leather, stacking the pads, getting the stick paddle on it, it does everything for your confidence. Well, that's the cool thing about goaltending is, yes, it's a high-risk, high-reward spot. When you allow a goal, it's tough, but at the same time, you have the chance to redeem yourself. So, yeah, making those saves like that, huge confidence boost.
It's also a momentum changer, on the spot without scoring a goal. That's like one of those things. You throw a hit, momentum changer. Big save, momentum changer. Those are the things that change hockey.
And, on the other end, there's so much offensive talent on both of these teams. How could a big goal for, maybe a young player, someone who hasn't played on a stage like this, how could that change their night?
Yeah, I think it lets them settle down. We talked about the youngster before, right? If he scores a big goal early in this one, it allows him to just focus and play his game. I think for a lot of these guys, they have a job to do, whether it's blocking shots, scoring goals, or making saves. And when you're able to do your job early, it allows you to do your job effectively, and I think that's what we're going to see tonight.
We're getting closer to warm-ups here at UBS Arena. We're going to take one more quick break, and then we'll have interviews on the other side. We'll be right back here from UBS Arena.
Hey everybody, Elon Gold here. Many of you know me, all of you should. But this isn't about me, it's about you. Are you a giver? A daily giver? I know I am. Giver of what, you ask? Charity. Tzedakah. Every single day I give to charity. How, you ask? I'll tell you how. There's an amazing organization called Daily Giving where you don't have to do anything. It's a one-time charge. It could be $30 for a month or more if you're doing a few months or a year. And then every single day, one of your dollars will go to any number of incredible organizations. I'm talking about Hatzalah, life-saving organizations. I'm talking about, there's too many to list. All you got to do is go to dailygiving.org, and you too can be the recipient of this amazing mitzvah. And what could be more important than giving? And what could be better than not doing anything? So you're giving, but you're not doing. You're one-time charging, and you're still giving, and you're doing nothing, but you're doing something, but still nothing. I haven't gotten off this couch in weeks, and every single day a mitzvah has come my way. You can too. Go to dailygiving.org. Trust me on this one.
Barzell Media helps brands find and reach their target audience through influencer marketing, ensuring that they are finding the right influencer that aligns with their values while also ensuring that they're supporting the cause. If you're a business that supports Israel and the Jewish people, come join us.
Hey everybody, Elon Gold here. Many of you know me, all of you should. But this isn't about me, it's about you. Are you a giver? A daily giver? I know I am. Giver of what, you ask? Charity. Tzedakah. Every single day I give to charity. How, you ask? I'll tell you how. There's an amazing organization called Daily Giving where you don't have to do anything. It's a one-time charge. It could be $30 for a month or more if you're doing a few months or a year. And then every single day, one of your dollars will go to any number of incredible organizations. I'm talking about Hatzalah, life-saving organizations. I'm talking about, there's too many to list. All you got to do is go to dailygiving.org, and you too can be the recipient of this amazing mitzvah. And what could be more important than giving? And what could be better than not doing anything? So you're giving, but you're not doing. You're one-time charging, and you're still giving, and you're doing nothing, but you're doing something, but still nothing. I haven't gotten off this couch in weeks, and every single day a mitzvah has come my way. You can too. Go to dailygiving.org. Trust me on this one.
Barzell Media helps brands find and reach their target audience through influencer marketing, ensuring that they are finding the right influencer that aligns with their values while also ensuring that they're supporting the cause. If you're a business that supports Israel and the Jewish people, come join us.
Welcome back to UBS Arena. The players are on the ice. Israeli teams are on North American ice for the first time ever. They're warming up. They're getting ready to put on a great show. We're back here with Stefan Rosner and David Kolb up here in the booth. I want to talk a little bit about the captains of these two teams. And I'm going to start with Mike Ginello for HC Tel Aviv. He's the original captain of this team. What stands out to me about Mike, as I'll tell a quick story if I can. I remember I'm in both teams' group chats, and Mike Ginello, as soon as he confirmed that he's playing, he's talking to the guys, he's amping them up. There he is on your screen. Look at him. He's the voice of this team. He's so passionate. He brings such great energy to this team. He's, like we said, he's their leading point scorer. He leads by example on the ice. How important is it, Stefan, to have a leader who plays so well on the ice, puts up the points, but also is able to lead in the locker room and talk to his players and motivate them?
Yeah, that's the ultimate captain. That's why he's wearing the C right. You're seeing in warm-ups as well as him telling everyone where they're supposed to go, what they're going to do for their warm-ups. It's important, especially for a game like tonight where there is a lot of emotions. You want someone who has the experience, the ability to be a leader and calming his team down, but also get his team riled up and ready to go. And I think he's wearing the C. He's deserved it, and I think that's the beauty of this sport where you have these leaders like that stand up for your team.
Yeah, you see his aura. You see him skating around. He's relaxed. He's chewing his gum the right way. He's telling everybody where to go. You could tell he's a captain. Even from up here, you could tell a guy like Ginello is a leader of men. You see the guys looking at him as he's skating by, and just from you saying in 2 seconds, that's the leader, that's the leader. We knew right away that that's the leader of the team.
Well, you mentioned chewing gum. How do you chew gum wrong?
During warm-ups, there's no way to chew gum wrong during warm-ups. But here, look at it. He's showing off his skill in the league.
That's his game-winning goal from the finals in year one.
Right, and he clearly has the experience. So the younger guys and anybody that plays with it respects the skill. They respect his leadership ability, and those are the most important things that a captain can exude.
And they respect him so much. So his full-time job, by the way, he's a head coach down in Florida. He coaches a junior team called the Florida Eels. And he wasn't sure if he was coming to play tonight. It all depended on how his team did in the playoffs. Fortunately for us, they didn't go far, so he gets to spend tonight with us. But as soon as he confirmed that he's coming, all the players were thrilled. They were texting him. Everyone was so excited in the group chat that he got to come. He's such a great leader, and everyone looks up to him.
Well, I think the important part is you talk about his team, right? His junior team, they're looking up to him right now as well. They probably suffered a bad loss not going far in their playoffs, right? And they get to go watch their coach live out his dream. But also, they're looking up at a guy that, hey, he's our coach. He tells us all the things to do. Now we get to see him play. You hope that your coach, everything he asks for you, he does on the ice as well. So maybe they're going to chirp him a little bit when he's slacking on the back check or things like that, know?
And how important is it to have a player who also coaches on your team?
To have a coach on the bench to be that voice of the players is amazing. To have a veteran of that caliber, skill-wise, experience-wise, it's just invaluable to have a player like that on the bench. During a game like this, he's probably calming everybody down right now.
When I asked him, we originally wanted to do interviews with both players. Unfortunately, we couldn't make that work. But I think it's for the best because when we spoke to Ginello, and we told him that we wanted to interview him, he's like, please, only 2 minutes. These are the best 15 minutes of my life. I don't want to talk to you guys for that long. And he's so good on camera. He's such a great voice. but like he's living this up. You guys see him on screen now. He's directing traffic. He's telling people where to go. He's living it up right now. He's having a great time.
Yeah, and him being a vet as well, like you said, this is their first time playing North American ice. For him, I mean, for maybe some young guys, it hasn't felt that long, right? They're just getting started in their careers. For him, it's been a long career for him, and now he's getting this opportunity. So like you said, this 15 minutes, this is heaven for him right now, right? So I think he's going to enjoy every moment. He deserves to enjoy every moment. The hard work that he's done has really set the stage for the next generation of Israeli hockey players and just international hockey players.
I'm not going to lie, watching him out there, it looks almost like he's running a practice. You know, it looks like he's doing the things that a coach would do. You know, he's always looking around at everybody. You see him passing there. He's not firing away shots. He's making sure everybody else gets their fix of shots pregame.
I want to move across the ice now to the Jerusalem captain, Isaac Levy. Isaac, 42-year-old forward, splits his time between Montreal and Israel. Huge Habs fan, by the way. Just say that. It's tough for him to lose to the Islanders the other night. There you see him on screen. And, you know, he also brings that kind of aura. You see him talking to defenseman Jake Nowry. He had a whole pregame speech, not for Jerusalem, by the way, but for the entire group. They were all staying together in a hotel over in Great Neck, and he brought everybody into a room and talked about the significance of tonight and playing for not just your teams, but for Israel. He loves representing this country. He's represented them many times on the international stage. What does, bringing that international experience, what does that mean for this group tonight?
I mean, I think it's huge. I mean, you look at a guy like him, he grew up in Montreal, which means he has that enthusiasm for the sport. It's in his DNA. The Islanders played them the other night. We see they're in a race with Montreal, and we see the Montreal crowd is just absolutely bonkers. I mean, the roof goes off the ceiling when they're playing up there. So he has that in him. So he comes here, and he brings that to this club. He's calming this club. And here you're going to watch some highlights of him. He's a scorer too. He can control the play. He always keeps his eyes open for other players, and that's the type of guy, that's a captain quality, right?
This goal you're seeing right here, he actually scored in the finals back in 2022. That was a tough game for his team. They came into that period down, I think the score was like 7-3, and he scores that goal to make it 7-4, and he's getting the bench going. He always has belief in his team. He never quits on a play. He's 42 years old. You're going to see him go tonight. He's got the legs of a 30-year-old. He is so ready for tonight. He's so amped. What could that do for the rest of your team, Stefan?
Oh, it does everything. I mean, especially looking at age, right? Age is just a number if you play like that. We had Zdeno Chara on the Islanders, and at 42 years old, 40 years old, everyone talked about the work they put in off the ice. First one in the gym, last one to leave, first one on the ice. And he doesn't have to say a word, right? Everyone's watching his actions. So to see a guy that's 42 years old go out there, give it all he got, that just benefits all the young players, even the 30-year-olds, right? They're going to see that and say, okay, if he can do that at 42, then I better back check, right? I think that's important. The little things in hockey, you're only able to play in this league and in these leagues that long if you do those little things. And I think that's huge for the younger players.
What's also great about Isaac is that he really embodies what this league means. Now, of course, there is another league in Israel that's very concentrated with Israeli players, but this league, we mentioned it before, how it brings together Israelis, Americans, people from all over the world. And Isaac is someone who really embodies that passion and that vision for this league. He's played all over the world, played a little bit in France, Canada, of course, Israel, but he lives and breathes Israel. And, he just loves talking about Israel, coming home to Canada and telling his friends about Israel. He's recruited players to come play in the IEHL because of how much he loves this league, how much he loves this country. He's a real spokesman for this league.
And that's what you need. I mean, from leagues like that are trying to grow, you need people to speak about the league and spread the word. And when you have a talented player that's played in the league as long as he is and a captain, that holds weight.
Right, and Thursday night I was hanging out with some of the players at the Islander game, and I was talking to them about their experiences. And just to see them lounging around the suite level here during an Islander game, they're getting experiences they never would have had. And it's through hockey, which is great, but they're meeting so many people. I saw them just talking to random people the other night. They were wearing their own jerseys, and people are curious what's going on, and people now know about the growth of hockey in Israel. I think it's great.
We're going to take one more break here from UBS Arena here on Long Island. When we come back, we're going to set the table for puck drop. We are just about 15 minutes away from the USA Challenge Cup here at UBS Arena.
Great moments are born from great opportunity. And that's what you have here tonight, boys. That's what you've earned here tonight. Tonight, we are the greatest hockey team in the room. You were born to be hockey players, every one of you. Tonight, we stay with them. We shut them down because we can. Their time is done. It's over. This is your time.
Hi, I'm Brian Spivak, founder and CEO of Barzell Media, and welcome to the IEHL USA Challenge Cup. As Israelis and Jews, resilience is in our DNA. Every time we're questioned in our strength, numbers, and capabilities, we prove them wrong. A tiny country in the desert built an all-star hockey league. But our fight isn't just on the ice. Since October 7th, we've stood by our soldiers. But what about our digital warriors? The ones using their platform to keep our voices heard. That's where Barzell Media comes in, the economic Iron Dome for Israel and the Jewish people. We are providing paid brand partnerships for anyone standing with Israel. We are ensuring that the voices that the world is trying to silence are backed with full economic force. So everything you buy tonight fuels that mission. Supporting Jewish businesses means supporting the Jewish future. And let's be clear, there's no big organization funding this. This is grassroots. Like the Miracle on Ice, just a bunch of guys coming together to pull off something outrageous. So tonight's victory isn't just about the scoreboard, it's about showing up for our people. The world is watching, let's show them our strength. So if you're thinking about donating, subscribing, following, or buying, just do it. That jersey, get two. Wear it with pride, or even wear it to bed. To kids, this is your moment. You get to guilt your parents into buying you anything. Just ask them. We may be small, but we are mighty. The bullies, their time is over. This is our time. So follow Barzell Media, support our sponsors, and enjoy the game, everyone.
On October 7th, everything changed. I went from representing Israel in heels to defending it in boots. I replaced my crown with my helmet and my gown with my uniform. And I couldn't be more proud to represent Israel friends.
In a world where every second counts, technology isn't just an advantage. It's the difference between life and death. That's why our team is working around the clock to make sure our soldiers have the tools they need to stay ahead, protect one another, and return home safely. The technology we provide is more than just equipment. It's a shield, a lifeline. It gives our soldiers the intelligence to stay ahead, the power to protect their brothers and sisters, and the ability to save lives while defending Israel. But defense doesn't stop with technology. Our soldiers need critical protection, helmets, vests, and trauma kits. Because when lives are on the line, every second counts. And the battle doesn't stop when they come home. That's why our partnership with Healthy Mind provides PTSD trauma care and a healing community, giving survivors, first responders, reservists, and families the support they need in as little as 3 days instead of waiting over 200 days. Because when it comes to saving lives, waiting is not an option. At Israel Friends, we don't wait, we act, we protect. Visit israelfriends.us to learn more about our mission and how you can save lives.
New York, home to 1.6 million Jews, the epicenter of Jewish life in the diaspora. As the Jewish people crisscross the globe, we've incorporated the cultures of our host countries. In North America, that includes sports. New York is a Jewish hockey hub, from the basement gyms of local yeshivas to the world's greatest arena and everything in between. A people with roots in the desert Middle East have made an ice sport a staple of their culture.
And that's 50 for Zach Hyman.
And that culture has diffused back across the sea to Israel, the Jewish homeland. 8 teams make up the Israel Elite Hockey League, showcasing the best of Israeli and Jewish hockey. The league started from humble beginnings, a small rink on the outskirts of Tel Aviv, too small for even a proper 5-on-5. Then, more teams, better players, and a new arena. It innovated and evolved, growing each year into what it is today. The players are from Israel and across the globe, some Jewish and some not. They play in Israel to grow the game and be a part of our homeland's unique culture. Tonight, two worlds collide at UBS Arena. The IEHL comes to New York for the first time ever. HC Tel Aviv and the Jerusalem Capitals in an NHL arena. It's a night for Jewish New Yorkers to celebrate the evolution of our culture and our heritage. We take pride in the traditions we've created here and in the ones that run deep. In 2025, Jewish and Israeli hockey is who we are. Tonight, we show our Jewish pride on the ice. Welcome to the IEHL USA Challenge Cup. Welcome back to UBS Arena. We are just over 10 minutes away from puck drop here on Long Island between HC Tel Aviv and the Jerusalem Capitals. Warm-ups are complete. Opening puck drop is coming your way. And we want to set the stage one more time with Stefan Rosner and David Kolb of the Hockey News. We're going to talk about some keys to the game for both teams, and I want to lay them out for both teams. This is what both teams need to do if they want a chance of winning. We'll go through it right now. We'll start with be physical, right? Establishing that forecheck, finishing your checks, scoring the first goal, and what kind of difference that can make for your team. Depth scoring, scoring goals beyond the top players of the team, and of course, goaltending. So, Stefan, I want to start with you on being physical. How important is it to establish a forecheck to start the game?
You have to establish a forecheck early. So for those that don't know much about the forecheck, it's pretty much getting the puck behind the opposing D and winning those puck battles. And when you do that, that allows for the speedy teams to not have the speed to come up the ice and transition. So finishing your checks is important as well, showing off that physical force, which also forces the other team to try to get rid of pucks quickly, leading to turnovers. That's really how you establish and get to your game.
In a game like this, it's very important because what happens is you try and get the other team unnerved. And by forechecking, that's what you do. You try and pin them in their zone, and you go from there.
I want to move on to scoring the first goal. David, emotions can run high in a game like this. What could scoring the first goal do for your team?
It's so much. I mean, you get that first goal, and so much of that energy that you came to the building with just gets let out right there, and you feel like you're on your way. Coming back from from being down 1-0 is always hard, but it becomes an uphill climb for your opponent once that happens.
So, Stefan, I want to talk about depth scoring for a second. We talked about some of the star players, but how important is it for the depth players on this team to also score and be a part of the offense?
Oh, it's huge. I mean, you look at every Stanley Cup winning team, right? It's usually the depth scorers that get the job done. They're the ones that have to get on that forecheck. They're the ones that are responsible usually for that. Let the top scorers get to their game, but for their top scorers to be a force, those bottom six players really have to step up, and when they get those chances, make the most of it.
And real quick, how important is goaltending tonight?
Oh, goaltending is incredibly important. They're the position that wins you games or loses you games, right? And I think for both teams, it's really important early on that we see strong goaltending, establish your rebound control, cover those pucks, and communicate with your D, because I think that's going to be the biggest thing tonight.
It all starts with goaltending.
Stefan, David, thank you so much for joining us. We will be right back with opening puck drop here from UBS Arena. It's the USA Challenge Cup with the IEHL.
Great moments are born from great opportunity. And that's what you have here tonight, boys. That's what you've earned here tonight. Tonight, we are the greatest hockey team in the room. You were born to be hockey players, every one of you. Tonight, we stay with them. We shut them down because we can. Their time is done. It's over. This is your time.
Hi, I'm Brian Spivak, founder and CEO of Barzell Media, and welcome to the IEHL USA Challenge Cup. As Israelis and Jews, resilience is in our DNA. Every time we're questioned in our strength, numbers, and capabilities, we prove them wrong. A tiny country in the desert built an all-star hockey league. But our fight isn't just on the ice. Since October 7th, we've stood by our soldiers. But what about our digital warriors? The ones using their platform to keep our voices heard? That's where Barzal Media comes in, the economic Iron Dome for Israel and the Jewish people. We are providing paid brand partnerships for anyone standing with Israel. We are ensuring that the voices that the world is trying to silence are backed with full economic force. So everything you buy tonight fuels that mission. Supporting Jewish businesses means supporting the Jewish future. And let's be clear, there's no big organization funding this. This is grassroots. Like the Miracle on Ice, just a bunch of guys coming together to pull off something outrageous. So tonight's victory isn't just about the scoreboard, it's about showing up for our people. The world is watching, let's show them our strength. So if you're thinking about donating, subscribing, following, or buying, just do it. That jersey, get two. Wear it with pride, or even wear it to bed. So kids, this is your moment. You get to guilt your parents into buying you anything. Just ask them. We may be small, but we are mighty. The bullies, their time is over. This is our time. So follow Barzal Media, support our sponsors, and enjoy the game, everyone.
On October 7th, everything changed. I went from representing Israel in heels to defending it in boots. I replaced my crown with my helmet and my gown with my uniform. And I couldn't be more proud to represent Israel friends.
In a world where every second counts, technology isn't just an advantage. It's the difference between life and death. That's why our team is working around the clock to make sure our soldiers have the tools they need to stay ahead, protect one another, and return home safely. The technology we provide is more than just equipment. It's a shield, a lifeline. It gives our soldiers the intelligence to stay ahead, the power to protect their brothers and sisters, and the ability to save lives while defending Israel. But defense doesn't stop with technology. Our soldiers need critical protection, helmets, vests, and trauma kits. Because when lives are on the line, every second counts. And the battle doesn't stop when they come home. That's why our partnership with Healthy Mind provides PTSD trauma care and a healing community, giving survivors, first responders, reservists, and families the support they need in as little as 3 days instead of waiting over 200 days. Because when it comes to saving lives, waiting is not an option. At Israel Friends, we don't wait, we act, we protect. Visit israelfriends.us to learn more about our mission and how you can save lives.
New York, home to 1.6 million Jews, the epicenter of Jewish life in the diaspora. As the Jewish people crisscross the globe, we've incorporated the cultures of our host countries. In North America, that includes sports. New York is a Jewish hockey hub, from the basement gyms of local yeshivas to the world's greatest arena and everything in between. A people with roots in the desert Middle East have made an ice sport a staple of their culture.
And that's 50 for Zach Hyman.
And that culture has diffused back across the sea to Israel, the Jewish homeland. 8 teams make up the Israel Elite Hockey League, showcasing the best of Israeli and Jewish hockey. The league started from humble beginnings, a small rink on the outskirts of Tel Aviv, too small for even a proper 5-on-5. Then, more teams, better players, and a new arena. It innovated and evolved, growing each year into what it is today. The players are from Israel and across the globe, some Jewish and some not. They play in Israel to grow the game and be a part of our homeland's unique culture. Tonight, 2 worlds collide at UBS Arena. The IEHL comes to New York for the first time ever. HC Tel Aviv and the Jerusalem Capitals in an NHL arena. It's a night for Jewish New Yorkers to celebrate the evolution of our culture and our heritage. We take pride in the traditions we've created here and in the ones that run deep. In 2025, Jewish and Israeli hockey is who we are. Tonight, we show our Jewish pride on the ice. Welcome to the IEHL USA Challenge Cup.
Little town blues are melting away. I'll make a brand new start of it in old New York. If I can make it, then anywhere. It's up to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time at UBS Arena, please welcome to the ice HC Tel Aviv and the Jerusalem Capitals. The coaches for HC Tel Aviv are Stuart Gorgie, Adrian Ederi, and Alec Rovitz. The coaches for the Jerusalem Capitals are Neil Glassberg and David Warsofsky. Now for the Jerusalem Capitals, would you please welcome Ivan Gluck. This 87-year-old Holocaust survivor is the team's honorary captain. Ladies and gentlemen, one more round of applause for Ivan Gluck. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to center ice IEHL Commissioner Mark Brunergraber.
Good evening. My name is Mark Brunergraber. I'm the co-founder, co-commissioner of the IEHL. Welcome to the IEHL USA Challenge Cup. I'd like to start by having a moment of silence to honor the hostages and victims of the October 7th massacre. Thank you. After having been involved in various capacities with Israeli hockey for many years, I had the honor a decade ago, at the end of my playing days, of being a backup goaltender for the Israeli national team for parts of 5 games. Along with my teammate and national team veteran Talav, we dreamed of strengthening Israeli hockey and bringing it to a wider audience. Israel has had a domestic national league and a national team program since the early 1990s. However, the maximum number of rinks it has ever had is 4. The domestic league is almost exclusively Israeli players. Tal and I decided to create the IEHL as a pro-level summer league where the best Israeli players could compete with and against international players from the US, Canada, and Europe. The Israeli players would benefit from the increased level of play, and their growth as players would strengthen the domestic league and the national team program. The league began in the summer of 2021, and this summer will be our 5th season. Thank you. But the league has grown much bigger than hockey in those few short years. It now serves as a way to positively promote the state of Israel and the Israeli and the worldwide Jewish people through sports. It is a vehicle to fight efforts to demonize Israel. The league has served to bring Jewish players who are not from Israel closer to their heritage, and our non-Jewish players, of whom there are many, are our brothers, and we love and appreciate them. Our non-Jewish players serve as ambassadors. They come to Israel for the summer. They live with Israelis. They practice with them. They play with and against them. They socialize them. They tour Israel with them. They see that Israel is a vibrant, diverse democracy. they see that while it is the one Jewish majority state in the world, other ethnicities and religions are respected, welcomed, and even flourish. They then go home to their communities and are able to tell people that the media portrayal of Israel as an apartheid, genocidal state is an outright lie. This is bigger than hockey. Thank you to my partner Talav, my partner Shlomi Levy, Evgeny Gusin, and Stu, to our other partners and all of our generous sponsors, to our state-of-the-art home of the IEHL, the Blue Ice Arena in Ashdod. Thank you to my beautiful family, my wife Lisa, my daughters Carly and Sarah, and our entire extended family. The IEHL would not have happened without your love and support. And thank you to my law firm partners and associates for putting up with me these past few weeks. Thank you to the Jewish community for coming out and supporting this event. It is more critical. It is more critical now than ever for Israel and the diaspora to stand together as one united Jewish people. We need each other. I'd like to close by thanking every non-Jewish fan, every police officer, every security team member. No community can stand alone. And on behalf of the Israeli and Jewish communities, we are grateful for you, extending your support and your hands in friendship and solidarity. Enjoy the game. I think you will be pleasantly surprised by the level of play that the Israel Elite Hockey League can offer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please rise and remove your caps for Hatikva, followed by the Star-Spangled Banner, to be performed tonight by Sivan Avniri.
קולות בלבב פנימה, נפש יהודי הומייה, ולפרתם מזרח קדימה, עם לציון צופיה. עוד לא אבדה תקוותנו, התקווה בת שנות 2000, להיות עם חופשי בארצנו, ארץ ציון וירושלים, להיות עם חופשי בארצנו, ארץ ציון וירושלים. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous light o'er the ramparts we watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say thus that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sivan Avniri. We now ask that Jerusalem Capitals captain Isaac Levy and HC Tel Aviv captain Michael Janello come to center ice for the ceremonial puck drop.
Welcome inside
Conducted
UBS
this evening
Arena.
by
We are
Nassau
minutes
County.
away from puck drop. I'm Ben Baruch, joined by the legendary Kenny Albert, who will be with me for the call this evening. Kenny, what an incredible night for Israeli hockey to play in the United States for the first time.
Well, Ben, it's great to be here with you tonight. A terrific atmosphere. I've been wandering around the concourses, talking to so many people who were here as fans at the game today, and they couldn't be more excited. It should be a really special night.
You hear this crowd getting so excited during the anthem, so much emotion going into this game. Of course, you know, it's been a tough year and a half plus for this Jewish community, and this is a really special night for Jews to come together, celebrate our heritage, and, you know, have a great night of hockey.
And you could feel it in the building from the moment I walked in. It's such a special night, such a great event. I know how much the players and coaches have been looking forward to it. You've been working on it for a long time, and you can definitely feel that emotion here in the building for sure.
Kenny, I just want to explain to our viewers, you know, it's a real privilege to have you here with us. Kenny, of course, is the lead NHL voice for the NHL on TNT. He's been doing this job way longer than I have, and I feel a little small here, but you know, Kenny's been terrific throughout this process, and we're really lucky to have you on the broadcast, Kenny, talking us through hockey for, you know, this is the first time many of these players will play here, and for them it's such a special moment for them. And you get to see this. You get to see this every night. And for these 5 players for Tel Aviv, this is their first time playing on UBS Arena ice. We'll go through the players quickly. Nikita Lukin, Ariel Kapolkin, Kirill Polozov are your forwards. Nir Sigalov, Joey Finfer on defense, and Max Goldberg in net. And I want to point out 2 names, Nikita Lukin and Kirill Polozov. They've played professional hockey over in the KHL. That's the second best league in the world, according to most people. That's over in Russia. We'll go to Jerusalem quickly. Ilya Spector, Evgeny Kuzhevnikov, and Denis Zaitchik, the forwards. Timothy Payne and Michael Spivak, the defense for Jerusalem, and in goal, their goaltender since game number 1, Yonatan Rezinger. And we are underway from UBS Arena. Glad you could join us for this historic night of hockey. Here's Timothy Payne wearing number 42. He'll start the breakout for the Jerusalem Capitals. Up it comes on right wing. There's Joey Finfer getting physical down low with Jerusalem. That's Denis Zaitchik wearing number 18 for HC Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv will slow things down as they get set up. It's near Sigalov with Zaitchik putting on the pressure. Tel Aviv looking for a way out. Still can't find one. Sigalov will go up the left side to Kirill Polozov. Takes a sec. Looking for Lukin. He'll get there first to beat out an icing. Resinger out to cover the puck up. Fast start here tonight, Kenny.
And Jerusalem in on the forecheck, applying the pressure, as you mentioned. Tel Aviv finally able to come out of their own zone and force an offensive zone faceoff.
That's going to be so important tonight for Tel Aviv. They really want to use their offensive weapons. We mentioned in the pregame, they have that professional talent. They started this game. Quick line change for Tel Aviv. There you see Itzik Levy taking the defensive zone draw for Jerusalem, but Tel Aviv wins the faceoff. It comes back to Saul Feder. He shoots one through his screen, and it's blocked away. Comes to Cam. It's back towards the net, and a save by Resinger with the right pad. Jerusalem able to get it cleared. Tel Aviv will set back up. Malischenko, one of two Malischenko brothers, playing here tonight for Tel Aviv. Battle forward at center, and there's the other Malischenko brother getting it in deep. Now it comes to Itzik Levy on right wing for Jerusalem. Trying to get it back to the point towards Sprung, and then it's taken away by Tel Aviv, and they move ahead. Malischenko up to his brother. Kirill Malischenko to the backhand in front for Gennady, and he sent it off the pad of Resinger. Malischenko in front, and a great save by Resinger with the pad. Richie Hayward walks the line, sends it to the goal, and it's blocked away.
Resinger's been impressive here early, Ben. A number of big saves.
That one never made it on goal, in Jerusalem with a crucial clear, but this one will go for an icing.
Now, how excited must these players be? I know so many of them played collegiately, many at the professional level, but to play in an NHL building, using some of the locker rooms here at UBS Arena, the Islanders logo out at center ice, with a very impressive crowd in the stands as well.
You know, we got to watch them a little bit during warm-ups. They were so excited to be here. Like, I remember Richie Hayward, who you just saw going out onto ice for morning skate. He was just blown away. This has been just such an incredible experience for these players. Here's Gross walking in, can't get the shot away. Comes to Blake, and a save by Resinger. Around it comes, another shot is blocked away. And Finfer, centering feed. Janello, backdoor, Blake scores! Chris Blake has the first Israeli goal in the United States. Janello did a great job of getting it towards the net, and then they just kept applying the pressure. What a feed from Janello to find Chris Blake on the back door. Two original captains here in the IEHL connecting for that first goal, and they got the crowd going early here tonight.
And you know Blake's eyes had to be wide open there when he saw how much of a net that he had to shoot at off the beautiful feed from Janello.
Chris Blake is the original captain of the Cologne Vipers. He scored 25 points in their first 6 games in the inaugural season. Currently plays for the Mansfield Barracuda of the MWHL. Had some overseas experience in Sweden as well. Here comes Tel Aviv pressing again. Centering feed in front, and it goes wide. Around it comes now for Chris Blake. That line getting back out there. Comes to center where Sol Feder will regroup for Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv really picking up the pace here. Line change goes awry, and that will go for an icing against Tel Aviv, or maybe not. Timothy Payne picks up behind the Jerusalem net, and he'll recollect. Launch the feed up ahead onto the stick of Natanel Peretz. Sol Feder applies the body. In comes Cam Angus to take the puck. Circling around, it comes to Payne. Sends one to the goal, and a save by Goldberg. His first of the night, and then Kozhevnikov getting into it in front of the net. And a little extracurricular is brewing here.
Finally, a shot on goal for the Jerusalem Capitals. It took nearly 3 minutes. Most of the play has been in their zone. Tel Aviv with the first 6 shots on goal in this game.
And you know what's been so great about Tel Aviv? They've really found their speed here early in the first. Able to get pucks deep and start the cycle, and that's benefited them already once here in the first period. Kozhevnikov lets go a shot, never made it through. You're looking at Evgeny Kozhevnikov, the older of 2 brothers. Now Payne intercepts a pass, trying to exit the zone. He got a shot on Goldberg, and he makes the save. Evgeny Kozhevnikov is 43 years old, out of St. Petersburg. His brother, Mikhail, who you'll see in a little bit, played over in the Dell in Germany. That's the top professional league there. Top 10 professional league in the world. So they know a thing or two about playing professional hockey. Evgeny also coaches the Israeli junior teams in world professional play. Here's Timothy Payne, sending one to the goal, and it's blocked wide. And there to gather it for Tel Aviv is Ariel Kapolkin. Intercepted by Spivak, and Jerusalem will reset.
Bit of a push bet from Jerusalem. 2 shots during that last sequence after they allowed the first 6.
They're really starting to get things going. Their top players are going to need to play tonight, as here comes Nikita Lukin, who played professional hockey over in Russia. We've mentioned that a few times tonight. Tried to center in front, unsuccessful. So here comes Timothy Payne back the other way for Jerusalem. The defenseman getting up in the rush a little bit, and they get it deep and will go off for a change. There is Mikhail Kozhevnikov wearing number 10 in red, trying to go up the ice, turns it over. Polozov in the circle, circles the net, has a Kapolkin in front. Back to the point it goes. Hayward, let's go drive, patted aside easily by Yonatan Resinger. Jake LeBauer circles in front for Polozov, and a good kick save by Yoni Resinger. Now Denis Zaitchik gets on his horse, moves through center over the blue line. Zaitchik turns in the corner, looks for a pass. Around it comes to Mikhail Kozhevnikov, pinching in a little bit. Keeps it away from the Tel Aviv forecheckers. And then Richie Hayward almost put that one in his own net. It's loose, but the ref with a quick whistle, and that will draw a face-off.
Goaltender very alert there to get the glove down as the puck squirted into his crease area.
You know, that could happen a little bit. These players are playing on NHL ice for the first time, still learning the boards a little bit, still learning how this arena works. A little misplay there by Richie Hayward, but his goaltender, Max Goldberg, able to bail him out. There's a shot off the face-off from Sprung that is deflected off the glass. Jacob Bauer trying to intercept, but Isaac Levy will get it in deep. After it is near Sigalov. Tel Aviv will start the breakout. Here it comes for Joey Finfer. Look at him go over the line. He's bodied by Jake Nowry. And now Kirill Polozov off the takeaway. Goes up the middle. Here's a chance for Sprung. In alone, save by Goldberg. Now Tel Aviv on the counter. It's Malischenko. Malischenko tried that through the legs. Deke again. He was stood up by Nolan Balin. Joey Finfer keeps the puck in for Tel Aviv, centering one out in front, and a great save by Resinger.
Finfer had an assist on the early goal. Another beautiful pass there.
There he is, setting one wide. Comes in front for Malischenko, another save from Resinger. Resinger trying to get the cover. Can't do it. Finfer alone in the slot. Steps, waits, shoots, and a save by Resinger, and he finally is able to cover. More sustained pressure for Tel Aviv. And another good save by Resinger. But there's the great chance from Daniel Sprung to get loose, and a crucial save from Max Goldberg early in this game. He's looked good, Kenny.
Both goaltenders on their game early.
Face-off won by Jerusalem in their defensive zone. Chris Blake will intercept it in the corner. Nissan Boatbull, one of the veterans of this Jerusalem team, turned it back over to Blake. Blake looking to center in front for Janello, drags around the defenseman. Janello turns one to the goal, it gets blocked. In comes Blake to pick it up. Puck bounced over his stick. Boatbull getting it over to Balin. In comes Finfer to apply the pressure. Yuval Halper for Jerusalem. And we're going to have our first penalty of the game. And Blake taking exception to that little battle he had with Nolan Balin.
Looked like holding was the initial call.
I think that's what we're going to have. That's what happens when you get a little too physical in the corners there. It's going to be Joey Finfer going off 2 minutes for holding. So our first power play of the game will go to the Jerusalem Capitals. The penalty is going to be on Ziv Diener, number 16, 22-year-old forward from Newton, Massachusetts, as Jerusalem sets up on the power play. Kozhevnikov sends one to the net, and it gets blocked wide. Ilya Spector on the pickup, centering feed. Polozov sent it wide. Zaitchik trying to keep that puck in. It's sent out by Tel Aviv. Resinger has to be careful there. We play trapezoid rule here in the United States. He's not used to that one. Here comes Polozov. Left side for Zaitchik. Zaitchik in over the line. Goes behind the net. Back up top. It comes to Mikhail Kozhevnikov. Let's go a drive into the glove of Max Goldberg, and he'll cover.
Not a lot of traffic in front. Goldberg had a look at it from the right point and was able to make the glove save.
They have some big bodies on this power play. That was Mikhail Kozhevnikov letting go the shot. We talked about his brother Yevgeny. He comes in at 6'2", 209 is Evgeny Kozhevnikov. There you see him on the right side of your screen. He gets the puck now as Jerusalem resets on the power play. Kozhevnikov back to Mikhail. Walks the line a little bit, looking for a lane. Over to Evgeny. In the right circle, back to Mikhail Kozhevnikov. Now it's Spector. In front, kick save by Goldberg. Rebound! Kozhevnikov sent it off a body. Kozhevnikov turns it back to the point to Mikhail. Yevgeny on the half wall. Jerusalem making a change on the fly. Out comes Isaac Levy. Mikhail Kozhevnikov. Zitzerman missed that pass. Comes down low to Zaitchik. Up top, Mikhail Kozhevnikov. Zitzerman now on the right side of the ice. Plays catch with Mikhail. Looking for a lane. They start to get bodies in front, Kenny. There's Zaitchik across to Zitzerman. He shoots, he scores! The young gun Nikita Zitzerman lights the lamp on the power play. Tie game.
Excellent puck movement with the man advantage and then the finish.
It's a good 1-3-1 power play setup. The beautiful pass across, and Zitzerman made absolutely no mistake. And look at him getting this crowd pumped. What a goal for this 16-year-old who's played against men. We talked about him in the Open. He was one of our players to watch, and he is already putting on a show for this New York crowd. So now special teams, a factor in this hockey game. Nikita Lukin will tip it in. Timothy Payne collects behind the Jerusalem net, sends it up the right side to Natanel Peretz, getting around a check. Has Halpert going to the net, finds him, but he couldn't get a stick on that puck. Jackson Reimer back to the point. Mikey Spivak sends one in. Save made, rebound, Peretz waits. Saved by Goldberg, and it's collected out of the crease by Lukin. Now he sends it up to Polozov on a fast break. Polozov shoots one over the far post. Now this could be a 2-on-1. Halpert couldn't settle it down.
Too many men.
Now it's going to be too many men on Tel Aviv. A bad change will cost Tel Aviv again, and they're going to have to kill yet another power play. Penalty.
Big push then by Jerusalem over the last several minutes. Remember, at one point, Tel Aviv had the edge in shots, 6-0. Since then, 10-7 in favor of Jerusalem.
We'll go to a quick break, and we'll be back for a Jerusalem power play here from UBS Arena.
For over 2 decades, Nefesh B'Nefesh has assisted over 80,000 Olim in making Israel their home. Along with personalized Aliyah facilitation, Nefesh B'Nefesh offers a robust array of post-Aliyah services, all to ensure successful integration into Israeli society. For over 2 decades, Nefesh B'Nefesh has and will continue its mission to facilitate, advocate, educate, and celebrate the miracle of the Jewish state and Aliyah. And we are excited by the promising future of connecting tens of thousands more to our homeland.
Just try and use our gloves and just pull. We got this. We're gonna do it. We're hockey players. We can figure this out. Yeah. Not good.
Maybe if I'm using my stick like that, it will work. I don't know, like chop it.
What are we gonna do?
We got one.
We gotta leave.
Yeah, we gotta leave. Yeah.
You guys are good?
We're good, thank you.
Welcome back from UBS Arena, where we have a Jerusalem power play to bring you. They get it set up to Zitzerman. He shoots one again, and that one just went wide. Ilya Spector collecting the puck. Gives back to Mikhail Kozhevnikov. Has Evgeny on the half wall. Sends one through a screen. Deflected wide. Dennis Zaitchik in the near corner. Sends it around for Zitzerman. Collected away by Tel Aviv, and near Sigalov will get an all-important clear for HC Tel Aviv.
Zitzerman with a power play goal a couple of minutes ago. looking for another.
Hanging out in the middle of the ice a little bit. Let's see if he gets back to that spot where he scored the goal from. As here comes Zaitchik, sending one in, saved by Goldberg. Left a rebound chance, and he had to make another save. Zaitchik in on the forecheck. Around it comes to Ilya Spector. Out in front, a chance was blocked away. Backhand shot went wide. Zaitchik in the corner. Up top to Mikhail Kozhevnikov. This way Evgeny. Mikhail at the top. Has Lukin coming in. Finds him with a pass. Back to Mikhail. Sends it over. Kozhevnikov shoots in the pads. And now Tel Aviv looking for a clear. Sigalov will get it out again. Both teams making changes on the fly here on the power play. Under a minute left to play on it. Natanel Peretz, the drop for Nolan Balin. Excuse me, Jeremy Sprung, and he'll get it in around. Stopped by Isaac Levy. Down low comes for Yuval Halpert. Second power play unit out there for the Jerusalem Capitals. Isaac Levy up top to Timothy Payne. Across to Sprung. Sends one to the goal. It's blocked. Gets it back. Angus watching him as this puck comes around to Isaac Levy. Levy getting hacked at by Jeremy Gross, but he's able to get the puck down to Yuval Halpert, who takes a hit in the corner. They go three aside. Parrott out in front as a man open. They score! Jeremy Sprung on the power play again. 2-1 Jerusalem. Kenny, that's more terrific puck movement on the power play from Jerusalem. They're winning their battles. They're getting the puck where it needs to go, and Jeremy Sprung depositing it into the back into the net. Here we'll have a replay. Kenny, take us through it.
Well, as you can see, they battle for the puck in the corner, and then Sprung moving down the left side. Takes the perfect pass, and it's the second power play goal for Jerusalem, so Tel Aviv has to do a better job of staying out of the box.
It's been an early story here in this hockey game. Tel Aviv really had that early pressure, but two power play goals from Jerusalem has flipped this hockey game just over halfway through the first period. Josh Greenberg getting in on the forecheck, one of the, if not the leading scorer in the Israeli Federation League, as Gennady Malischenko has that one taken away, and now it's sent on. Jerusalem brings it back in. Maverick Cortez with a good stop there. Malischenko able to center it to his brother Gennady. Gennady fighting through the stick check of Spivak, and that's going to be a penalty. So now Tel Aviv with their first chance on the power play.
Special teams, a big story so far here in the first period. Tel Aviv taking a couple of penalties. Jerusalem capitalizing twice on the power play, and now with Spivak in the box, an extra skater for Tel Aviv.
We'll take a quick break. Power play coming up after this.
Israel is pretty small and we don't have a lot of tourists these days.
שאין אנשים, אין מכירות.
Business-wise, I was paralyzed.
I didn't sell for like 2-3 months. All our relatives and friends said that we need to leave the Israel.
So I just like to spread the light in this really, really dark times here in the country.
ESEC gives us the opportunity to sell outside of Israel, around the world.
We'll do everything for you, just give us the products and we'll do all this messy stuff that I don't like to do.
The fact that I can help people around the world feel connected to Israel.
זה לא שאנחנו עובדות עם עסק, אנחנו עובדות ביחד עם עסק.
It's a big pleasure to have our candles all over the world. הכרתי את עסק לפני חצי שנה. ישר עולה לי חיוך.
Hi, my name is Alexis Efron, and I am the Influencer Brand Manager here at Barzal Media. Now, more than ever, it's time to stand behind the voices of Jewish pride. There is so much potential to make an impact online. But how do we do that? How do we take action and fight back digitally without spending a dime or having a massive following behind us? That's where Spark comes in.
Welcome back to UBS Arena, where Tel Aviv getting its first chance on the power play. We thank you for joining us here at UBS Arena for the first IEHL game in the United States. It's the USA Challenge Cup. 2 power play goals for the Jerusalem Capitals has given them an early lead after Tel Aviv scored the first goal, and now Tel Aviv getting their first chance on the power play. Power play tonight, and all the power plays tonight are brought to you by Mining, your Bitcoining partner in Israel. It's going to be Michael Spivak, a 2-minute miner for hooking, and Tel Aviv gets set up right off the faceoff. It's Nikita Lukin going over to Janello. He walks the line, looks for a lane, gives to Polazov. Downhill he comes, turns away from the blocking Jake Nowry, back to Janello at the top of the blue line. Janello to Polazov, drives one in on goal, and a save by Resinger. Again, not a lot of traffic in front there for Tel Aviv on that power play. Some good puck movement, but no bodies in front.
Special teams, a big story during the first period. Jerusalem with the 2 power play goals at the other end. It's really been a tale of 2 periods. Tel Aviv had the first 6 shots. It's 14-6 Jerusalem since that point, and now a big opportunity to try and tie the game for Tel Aviv.
Max Goldberg playing outside the trapezoid. I guess that's the one NHL rule we're not calling tonight. Mike Janello brings it up for Tel Aviv. He'll drop it off. And Finfer brings it ahead. Excuse me, that's Ziv Diener. Ziv Diener going behind the net. Jake Nowry intercepts. Trying to get it clear. Good play from Polazov to keep it in. Comes back to the point for Janello. Janello looks for a lane. Jake Nowry falls. Fakes the drive. Gives to Polazov. And trying to set it across for Lukin. Got blocked on its way there. Saucer pass to Janello, able to settle it down. He has some time at the top of the point. Janello sends one through, save made and cleared away by Jake Nowry. Just over a minute played on the power play.
Fresh penalty killers on the ice for Jerusalem, able to make a change.
And some of the Tel Aviv players are not fresh, as here's a shot that goes high over the blocker of Resinger and out of the zone. Kirill Malischenko wearing number 88 in white for Tel Aviv. Look at him pick up speed. Cuts to the middle, shoots, and a good blocker save there by Resinger. Round it comes for Jake LeBauer. LeBauer trying to go out in front, almost off the back of Resinger and in. Jerusalem trying to clear. It's kept in by Kapolkin. Malischenko at the wall, pressured by Peretz. And Timmy Payne able to get it the rest of the way. 8 seconds left on the power play. We'll have our first successful penalty kill if the last 4 seconds go without a goal. Spector throws the hit. Malischenko keeps the zone. Gives to LeBauer. Shoots towards the goal. Couldn't get a stick down. Spivak out of the box. Polazov was way ahead of the play. Excuse me, that was Zisterman. Jerusalem couldn't find him the puck. Zajic dangling around the defenseman. Will have to pick it up on the other side. Comes to Ilya Spector on the far wall. Gathering the puck. Centering feed is picked off by Ariel Kapolkin if he could win this battle. It looks like we're going to have a bench roughing on Jake LeBauer. And yet another penalty on Tel Aviv.
Looks like a cross check.
Yeah.
So Jerusalem already 2 for 2 on the power play. Another opportunity here with the extra attacker.
Tel Aviv really needs to be able to control their frustration here. They've had a great start to this first period. They can't let this get away from them. Now they have to kill yet another penalty. Jerusalem going with their second unit this time. It'll start with Yuval Halpert. Lost the faceoff, able to pick it up behind the net. It's a good battle win. And he's able to get around to Sprung. Had the second goal for Jerusalem. Gives to Payne. Intercepted by Sigalov. Can't clear. Timmy Payne keeps the zone. Sends one on goal up high off the glass. Ziv Diener. Look at him skate short-handed. Here he comes over the blue line, trying to dip around Payne. Good stick check to break it up. Now looks like we're going to have another stoppage.
Looks like an offside call.
Yep. Tel Aviv trying to get a little offense going short-handed, trying to recover from those 2 power play goals we've been talking about. Face-off will come here at center ice. Sigalov and Evgeny Kozhevnikov getting into a little bit, but tempers will settle down, and Tel Aviv will clear this puck on the penalty kill.
Zitzerman scored the first goal, number 71 for Jerusalem. He's back on the ice here on the second power play unit.
We've talked about Zitzerman a lot, a 16-year-old Israeli-born player. Here he gets the puck, sends it in front, comes in front for that Zaitchik couldn't get the puck on his stick and towards the goal. Evgeny Kuzhevnikov around for Zaitchik. Zaitchik has a man in front, finds Spector for a shot on goal and a save by Gochberg. More good puck movement by Jerusalem on this power play that has 1:03 left. Talking a little bit about Nikita Zitzerman. 3 seasons of junior hockey in the GTHL. It's one of the best junior leagues in the Toronto area. Had 13 points in 8 games at the German U17 league. He played for Dusseldorf. Pass coming on now on the stick of Nikita Zitzerman as he hands off with Mikhail Kuzhevnikov. Zitzerman to Spector, one of his coaches over in Israel, actually. Then to Mikhail Kuzhevnikov. 2 Tel Aviv players converge on him as it comes down below the goal line. Kuzhevnikov to Zitzerman. Looks, waits, shoots, scores! Nikita Zitzerman again. 3-1 Jerusalem.
3 for 3 on the power play.
And what a shot by Nikita Zitzerman. We talked in the open that he has an opportunity to show off tonight, and boy, is he doing that. Tel Aviv gives him a little open ice, and he makes no mistake. Walks in and snipes one over the corner of Max Goldberg, and it's a 3-1 lead for Jerusalem. How they've blown this game open, Kenny.
Have to be impressed with what we've seen on the power play. Zitzerman with his second goal. Tel Aviv, 3 penalties here in the first period. Jerusalem capitalizes on all 3 occasions.
That's really been the story of this game, and Tel Aviv so far no response. Polozov trying to change that. Resinger the save. We'll take a break here from UBS Arena. We'll be back with the last 5 minutes of the first period. Welcome back to UBS Arena. Jerusalem's blown open a 3-1 lead here in the USA Challenge Cup. Joined again by Kenny Albert. We're having a great time up here in the booth. The story has been the power play for the Jerusalem Capitals as Nikita Zitzerman has put 2 past Max Goldberg, and there you see that bench. They're all smiles. They're having a great night here at UBS Arena. Tel Aviv trying to just figure things out so far. They've had a great start to this game. They scored the first goal, but so far, no answers for Jerusalem's potent power play. There you see the goal. Nikita Zitzerman, assisted by Kuzhevnikov. Getting ready to resume play here at UBS Arena. Tel Aviv wins the draw. Comes to Kapolkin. Turn the puck over. And now Jerusalem's trying to start a fast break. Here's Peretz in on goal, trying to get around Hayward. Good play by Hayward to break that up defensively. Jerusalem trying to hold the zone. Nikita Lukin doesn't realize that puck's behind him, and Peretz is in on it quickly. Peretz turned the puck over to Ariel Kapolkin. He'll get it into the zone. Drop for Lukin. Lukin across. Drive by Polozov is into the glove of Yonatan Resinger. Tel Aviv trying to change the story here a little bit, and there's a great answer from Yonatan Resinger with the glove.
Both goaltenders busy here in the first period. We've already had a combined 40 shots on goal. 24 for Tel Aviv, Jerusalem with 16.
It's been a busy one for both goalies, and that save has really got to give some confidence to Yonatan Resinger. He's a small goalie, but he moves really well in his net as there's a takeaway. Here comes Sprung, and on a partial breakaway, good play by Sigalov playing defense to break it up. Malischenko over to Finfer, has some space, shoots one, and there's another great glove save by Resinger. He's feeling it tonight, Kenny.
He certainly is. 24 saves on 25 Tel Aviv shots. He allowed the one goal early, and that's been it.
He's so aggressive getting out to the top of that crease, and then, again, he's not a big goalie. Comes in at only 5'9", shorter than most NHL goalies, if not all of them, and he's playing on an NHL arena quite nicely. Turning away plenty of shots here is Malischenko, and that one's also turned aside by Resinger into the protective netting. So Kenny, you've called a bunch of NHL games. You're getting to watch a little bit of Israeli hockey. Tell us about what your thoughts are so far.
Well, it's been very entertaining. Skill on both sides, up and down the rosters. Goaltending, as we just talked about, has been outstanding at both ends, and you know that all of these players are just so excited to be a part of it, having a lot of fun playing in an NHL arena, but very impressed with the skill as Tel Aviv cuts the Jerusalem lead to 1.
It's Joey Finfer getting on the board here in UBS Arena. What a shot by him. It's 3-2.
Finfer had an assist on the first Tel Aviv goal, had some chances on their power play, and now he converts with a goal of his own.
4 years of collegiate hockey for Joey Finfer, and then he's showing off, going glove side on Jonathan Resinger, finally able to beat the Jerusalem goaltender again. Joey Finfer, 4 years of HCA D2 hockey at Adrian College, at 87 games played there, 49 points with them. Also played for the Highland Park Falcons. A Chicago native is Joey Finfer. 2 Chicago players here tonight. The other one is Jake Dowry, who plays for the Jerusalem Capitals.
We've seen some tremendous players come out of the Chicago area.
Yes, we have.
Chris Chelios, one of my partners on TNT, Eddie Holchek, the Granato family, Tony, Cammy, Don.
It's a great hockey city, and you know, it's so good that Chicago is coming back a little bit. We have their great young player. Oh my God, I'm blanking a little
Connor
bit.
Bedard?
Connor Bedard, thank you. Been focusing on Israeli hockey a little bit, so
you're excused.
Thank you, Kenny. But yeah, it's great to see hockey coming back to Chicago a little bit. They had such a great run in the 2010s, and plenty of good Chicago players who watched that run. And you know, now they're feeding a little bit into Israel a little bit. As here's Mikey Spivak sending one on goal and a save by Goldberg. Spivak collects at center ice. There's a little broken stick by the Tel Aviv bench. No matter for Jerusalem. They're able to get it in deep. Cam Angus there first for Tel Aviv. Zaitchik applying the pressure. It's alone out in front. A backhand chance and a save by Goldberg. Zaitchik rotating around. Greenberg shoots one, and it's covered and held by Max Goldberg.
Do you think these goaltenders realized before the game how busy they would be?
I don't think so. You know, we spoke in the open about how this league started on such a small sheet of ice. Like, if you're looking at the ice here, it was probably like a little bit longer than the blue lines. They only were able to play 4-on-4, and those games were busy. Even when the ice became full size in year 2, this is a offense-heavy league. There are some really good offensive talents, but I don't think they were expecting to face this many shots in just one period. It's a 3-2 game, and we're not even 18 minutes in.
Combined 43 shots on goal, 3 power play goals scored by Jerusalem. Both Tel Aviv goals have come at even strength.
We've said it before, that's really been the story of this game, as Tel Aviv now finally starting to settle in a little bit. We'll see if they can stay out of the box and keep applying the pressure at 5-on-5. This one's sent in by Jerusalem and collected by Max Goldberg. That nearly turned it over. Richie Hayward able to send it to safety. Janello sends it across to Chris Blake. He had that first goal, which feels like an eternity ago. Now Janello, centering feed for Diener. Broken up by Jerusalem, and they bring it the other way. Lead pass is on the money for Perret. Cuts to the middle, and Cam Angus broke it up. Now in front, Halpert scores! Yuval Halpert! 4-2 Jerusalem. Jerusalem contributing here at even strength, and he's getting the crowd going. Real misplay on defense by Tel Aviv. They had a chance to get it out. Solfeder couldn't get there first, and then Jerusalem just goes to work. Halpert going to where goal scorers go. That's the front of the net, and he makes no mistake, putting that puck high up over the shoulder of Max Goldberg. And another goal for Jerusalem. It's 4-2.
Couple of terrific passes, and then the finish by Halpert. Jerusalem finally has a goal at even strength.
And if they're able to turn it on at 5-on-5, that could be the story of the rest of the game. Jerusalem settling things down, trying to launch a pass ahead on the direction of Peretz. Intercepted by Lukin. He brings it up over the blue line. Drop pass for Polozov. Sends one to the goal that's patted aside by Yonatan Rezinger. Polozov back to the point for Feder. Looks, shoots, it's blocked by Halpert, and he's able to get it out. Halpert scoring the goal, then contributing a little bit on defense as we near 1 minute left to play here in the first period. Kirill Polozov dancing his way through center ice. Look at him go. Kirill Polozov now to the backhand, sends one on goal and wide. Kapolkin there first for Tel Aviv. Sends one to the goal. Lukin will try to pick it up on the other side, too far from him. So Jerusalem will send it to center. Now it's the defenseman Saul Feder, bringing it back in for Tel Aviv. Cuts to the outside, centering feed in front. Nobody home for Tel Aviv. Sigalov able to hold the zone. Good play by him to pinch and create a little bit of pressure. Malischenko getting in on the forecheck. Levy sending it around. Zitzerman will start from his own red line. 22 seconds left in the first. Here's a shot by Malischenko, blocked away. And now it's sprung on a partial break. Zisterman trying to even the numbers as a save by Goldberg, and it's turned aside. Malischenko the other way with 10 seconds. One more chance for Tel Aviv. Centering feed. Malischenko shoots. Saved by Rezinger.
End-to-end action in the final seconds of this first period as the offensive chances continue at both ends. We've now seen a combined 50 shots on goal.
Unbelievable. What a first period we're having. It feels like just an eternity ago that we had that first goal from Chris Blake. It's a 4-2 game, and barring something crazy off this faceoff, that's how it will go. What a first period of hockey for Israeli hockey as a whole here in New York. It's the first time we've mentioned it many times that two Israeli teams are playing in the United States, and boy, have they put on a show early. Jerusalem trying to finish a line change. We'll have one more face-off here in the first period. The tie-up off the draw. They still battle for it as the horn sounds on the first period of play. Tons of action here at UBS Arena. 3 power play goals for the Jerusalem Capitals, 2 at even strength from Tel Aviv. There's Jeremy Sprung getting it done, the first goal. Zitzerman had 2. The crowd is loving it here at UBS Arena. What a game! It's 4-2 Jerusalem. We'll be right back with the first intermission report.
Hockey is fast. Hockey is intense. And just like the game, the world of Bitcoin mining never stops. Mining provides cutting-edge hosting solutions for Bitcoin miners, ensuring maximum efficiency, uptime, and profitability. Just like in hockey, speed and power matter. That's why mining keeps your ASICs running at peak performance. Proud partner of the IEHL USA Challenge Cup, powering the game.
Hi, I'm Brian Spivak, founder and CEO of Barzell Media, and welcome to the IEHL USA Challenge Cup. Since October 7th, we've stood by our soldiers. But what about our digital warriors? The ones using their platform to keep our voices heard. That's where Barzell Media comes in, the economic Iron Dome for Israel and the Jewish people. We are providing paid brand partnerships for anyone standing with Israel. We are ensuring that the voices that the world is trying to silence are backed with full economic force. We may be small, but we are mighty. The bullies, their time is over. This is our time. So follow Barzell Media, support our sponsors, and enjoy the game, everyone.
Laquette Israel, proud sponsor of the IEHL USA Challenge Cup.
For over 2 decades, Nefesh B'Nefesh has assisted over 80,000 Olim in making Israel their home. Along with personalized Aliyah facilitation, Nefesh B'Nefesh offers a robust array of post-Aliyah services, all to ensure successful integration into Israeli society. For over 2 decades, Nefesh B'Nefesh has and will continue its mission to facilitate, advocate, educate, and celebrate the miracle of the Jewish state and Aliyah, and we are excited by the promising future of connecting tens of thousands more to our homeland.
Just try and use our gloves and just pull. We got this. We're gonna do it. We're hockey players. We can figure this out. Yeah. Not good.
Maybe if I'm using my stick like that, it will work. I don't know, like chop it.
What are we gonna do?
We got one.
We're gonna leave.
Yeah, we gotta leave.
All
Yeah.
right. Boom.
You guys are good?
We're good, thank you.
How about using the Laquette gloves?
No, we're good. It's working for us. We're fine, right? Yeah. No.
Guys, drop the gloves already.
Really? That's what you want? We'll drop the gloves. You want us to drop the gloves?
We'll drop the gloves.
We'll drop the gloves. Let's go.
Let's go. Yeah, come on.
Hockey players might not be great at pulling vegetables out of the ground, but you can definitely be excellent at it. Join us for volunteering at Laquette, Israel's national food rescue organization. Each of you can help by harvesting and collecting surplus high-quality food and distributing it to hundreds of thousands of people all across Israel. Join us or donate, and together we can make a real difference. Laquette Israel, proud sponsor of the IEHL USA Challenge Cup.
Welcome back to UBS Arena. It's the first intermission report here at the USA Challenge Cup with the IEHL. Now I'm on set here with Mark Brunengräber, the co-commissioner of the IEHL, one of the founders of this great league. Mark, we heard you speak during the pregame show about what this meant to you, but I want you to tell our viewers watching online what this league means, not just about hockey, but in general. What does this league mean to you?
I think what it means is that it shows Israel to the world in something of a lens other than the conflict that you always hear about. It normalizes Israel through sports. I think that's critical, that people see Israelis as people, because that's what Israelis and the Jewish people are, just like any other group of people. And a game like this, a cultural exchange here in the U.S. normalizes the state of Israel and the people of Israel.
What do you think has been the greatest success of this league?
I think just bringing the message that, you know, Israel's really a diverse place. Look at our league we have a third of our players are not Jewish. And they come to Israel and they mix with Israeli and Jewish players, and then they go home. And I've said it before, I'll say it again, it's the greatest way for people to get the truth of what Israel is to go there and live there and experience it, and then see that while it is a Jewish majority state, most other countries have a majority of some kind, whatever it is. You go to Sweden, most people are Swedish, right? But this really shows that the minority population in Israel who are citizens, Arabs, whether they're Muslim, Christian, Baha'i, Druze, they live in peace, they own land, they have jobs, they serve in the government, they're judges, they go to college, they get married, they have equal rights. And it's important to show the true face of Israel to the world, and to be able to do that through sports is an honor and a privilege.
Tell me about the story of creating a league like this, literally from nothing. And you've brought players from all over the world to play in Israel, of all places. How did that come about? And
well, Talav, who is my partner and co-founder in the league, Tal's a national team veteran, played in many world championships in the IEHL for Israel, usually in Division II, which is where Israel usually competes at. I was honored enough to be a backup goalie for Israel in parts of 5 international friendly games, international exhibition or friendlies, whatever you want to call it. Tal and I struck up a really good friendship that remains to this day. And we always used to dream, how can we make the Israeli domestic league better? And our idea of doing that was to create our own league that mixed Israelis with players from all over the world, and do it at a time of the year that doesn't compete or overlap with the domestic league. And that's how we came up with this idea of a pro-am summer league, which is what we run.
you got to play a little bit against some of these Jerusalem players on Friday when they had an open practice up in Great Neck here on Long Island. What was that experience like for you, and what did that, in a greater sense, tell you about the players who are here tonight?
Well, I mean, look, as a goaltender who I played a little college hockey, and obviously, like I said, I had some experience with the Israeli team a little more than a decade ago at the end of my playing days. But I'm 53, so while I'm able to play in spurts and make some stops out there, you can see the speed of the game has increased, the skill level has increased. Combine that with my advanced age and old bones, and I was huffing and puffing out there in practice for sure.
So we've seen an action-packed first period. The score is 4-2 Jerusalem after one period of play. For our fans watching, wherever you might be in the world, Mark, what's your takeaway from this game so far? What's your message you want to send to the people of the world watching this game?
Well, I think, first of all, that, just from a purely athletic standpoint, you can see the level of hockey is pretty solid. For a country that has only 3 full-size ice hockey rinks and 1 half-size rink, the athletic ability of these players is amazing considering the limited resources. And the other thing, like I said, is just to promote the state of Israel for what it really is, which is a positive, welcoming place.
Mark, thank you so much for joining us here
My
on
pleasure.
the broadcast and for setting up an incredible weekend of hockey for Israel hockey. We'll be right back here from UBS Arena with stats and analysis from the first period.
Israel is pretty small and we don't have a lot of tourists these days.
שאין אנשים, אין מכירות.
Business-wise, I was paralyzed.
I didn't sell for like 2-3 months. All our relatives and friends said that we need to leave the Israel.
I just like to spread the light in this really, really dark times here in the country.
As it gives us the opportunity to sell outside of Israel, around the world.
We'll do everything for you, just give us the products and we'll do all this messy stuff that I don't like to do.
The fact that I can help people around the world feel connected to Israel.
ולא שאנחנו עובדות עם עסק, אנחנו עובדות ביחד עם עסק.
It's a big pleasure to have our candles all over the world. הכרתי את עסק לפני חצי שנה. ישר עולה לי חיוך.
On October 7th, everything changed. I went from representing Israel in heels to defending it in boots. I replaced my crown with my helmet and my gown with my uniform. And I couldn't be more proud to represent Israel friends.
In a world where every second counts, technology isn't just an advantage. It's the difference between life and death. That's why our team is working around the clock to make sure our soldiers have the tools they need to stay ahead protect one another, and return home safely. The technology we provide is more than just equipment. It's a shield, a lifeline. It gives our soldiers the intelligence to stay ahead, the power to protect their brothers and sisters, and the ability to save lives while defending Israel. But defense doesn't stop with technology. Our soldiers need critical protection: helmets, vests, and trauma kits. Because when lives are on the line, every second counts. And the battle doesn't stop when they come home. That's why our partnership with Healthy Mind provides PTSD trauma care and a healing community, giving survivors, first responders, reservists, and families the support they need in as little as 3 days instead of waiting over 200 days. Because when it comes to saving lives, waiting is not an option. At Israel Friends, we don't wait, we act, we protect. Visit israelfriends.us to learn more about our mission and how you can save lives.
Welcome back to the first intermission report here from UBS Arena. It's the USA Challenge Cup. The Jerusalem Capitals taking on HC Tel Aviv. Jerusalem leading this game by a score of 4-2. And what a wild first period we had. I'm back now with our panel with David Kolb and Stefan Rosner of the Hockey News. And guys, your first period of Israeli hockey, what'd you see?
Yeah, I love the intensity, the physicality early, the emotion was there. You saw it in the celebrations. You saw the great goaltending at times too. So it was a great first period.
You not only saw physicality, but you saw skill. You saw a lot of power plays that period, and you saw they were able to move the puck, find open men, find weak side guys, and we saw a lot of skill from the young, talented Israeli that we've been told about, who really came here and produced in the first period. We'll talk about him, obviously. But we're seeing, first impression, fun.
So I know, Stefan, you spoke about Nikita Zitzerman and how he has the opportunity to come alive and show himself here in the first period. 2 power play goals for him. What'd you see out of the youngster?
Yeah, you want to see him shine, especially when you're up a man, right? And I just thought the shots were great. I mean, the passes to him were important as well, but just his shot. Lethal shot, and wasn't scared to take the shot. I think that's the most important thing as well.
We're going to see that shot coming up right here. David, walk us through it.
Yeah, so I mean, you just see him on the week. Well, this is the first goal.
That's actually Chris Blake scoring a goal.
Right.
Here's that first goal from Zitzerman.
Right, so he just sets up, and he takes the weak side really well, and he collects it and sends it before the goalie can sit. And that's a beautiful goal, and that's real talent to be able to accept and fire a pass that fast. Here we see, again, we're going through all the goals, but Sprung's goal there. Again, great job cutting for the net. And here's the power play goal from Zitzerman again. In a different spot, we see a wrister from the point. Super impressive for a 16-year-old to have the strength to really do that here at UBS. Very, very impressive.
And then Joey Finfer getting things a little bit even for Tel Aviv before Jerusalem. Look at this shot from Yuval Halpert. We're all Islanders fans here. He went up in the toy department there a little bit over Max Goldberg. What a first period we had. Terrific offense. But, I also want to talk about Jonathan Resinger a little bit for Jerusalem. He had a couple great glove saves, and I mentioned in that first period with Kenny how that was a real boost of confidence for him. What did you see out of Jonathan Resinger in that first?
Yeah, I think he needed to settle down a little bit. I think as the game went, Tel Aviv came out fast and fiery and got shots quick, and he was controlling his rebounds, things like that. He does allow the first goal, but then he really settled in, and on those glove saves especially, very aggressive. And when a goaltender is that aggressive, that means he's confident. So I think he settled in really nicely, and he came up with huge glove saves for his team.
And Tel Aviv came out of the gates really quick. They had the pressure early, and he had to make a lot of saves real early. It's hard to do that as a goalie when you're not really warmed up, but he did a good job, and then Jerusalem got a couple of power plays, really spelled a little relief, and it looks like he settled in.
So what does Tel Aviv need to do to settle in more in the second period, David, and stay out of the box and really play it 5-on-5, which is clearly their strength here tonight?
Right, I would say you just said it. Stay out of the box, play 5-on-5 hockey, settle in a little bit, and then get your game going. You practice together as a team. A couple of times you played a bit of hockey. You know what each other can do. Just get back to your game.
Players getting set to come back for the second period in just a few minutes here. I also want to talk a little bit about Chris Blake and that first line. You just saw Mike Janela coming out of the tunnel a little bit. What does he as the captain need to do to get his team back on track and ready to go for the second period?
Yeah, I think just do what you did to start the game. I think they got away from it. They took the penalty, obviously go down a goal there. But, yeah, they just get on the attack. We talked about the forecheck, right, and how important it was to get the pucks deep and get behind Jerusalem. So I think that's exactly what they have to do, is just simplify their game, and they also find the open ice, right? They made some quick passes, got that goal early. Oh, that's all I got to do is keep it simple. I think maybe as the period went on, they tried to do a little too much. Keep it simple, find your guys, and finish. And that's what they did to get the first goal, and just build on that.
Stefan and David, thank you so much for joining us again. We'll be right back with the second period here from UBS Arena. It's the USA Challenge Cup. Welcome back to UBS Arena. We're getting set for the second period after a wild first where Jerusalem leads HC Tel Aviv by a score of 4-2. Joined on camera now by Ari Ackerman, the co-owner of the Miami Marlins. And Ari, it's great to have you in the broadcast. And you know, tonight is more than just a hockey game. We've talked about that a bunch. Tonight is a celebration of Jewish culture, of Jewish pride. Ari, how important is it to be showing our Jewish pride here at events like this?
I come to this thing and I am so inspired. I love when we can connect on a sports level as an owner of a baseball team, and I see all these proud, loud Jews who love hockey, who love being Jewish. We're here to support Israel, Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, and just have a good time. We need to have a good time right now. We go through so much negative and so much pain in our Jewish world right now that look at us watching this hockey game right now. It's so great.
How cool is this, by the way? Like, two Israeli teams playing in North America for the first time. Would you ever think something like this could happen?
I mean, you always hope. I mean, look, you got the New York Islanders emblem in the middle over here, owned by a Jewish guy, a friend of mine, John Ledecky, by the way. And you just have all these Jews playing ice hockey in the middle of Long Island. I mean, this is so much fun, honestly. Like, and it's just it's so nice to smile. Look at this, and there's so many kids here today too, families, people bringing their loved ones, and just showing the joy that all that encompasses Judaism, which by the way includes sports. Jews get a bad rap in sports. And yeah, go ahead.
So that's exactly what I wanted to talk about, because I think it's so amazing that we're doing stuff like this here tonight, because this game highlights the importance of having Jews in sports. You know, you're here on the broadcast with us. I'm lucky enough to have Kenny Albert along with me for the call, one of many great Jewish broadcasters. As Sprung shoots one high, and that goes off of the glass. But
boy, you're a very talented announcer. You're doing both things right now. I like that a lot.
Appreciate that. Doing my best here. And that's also something, is like, a lot of these players are they have full-time jobs, but they appreciate the value of sports and what that means for our culture as a whole. So how important is it that Jews are getting involved in sports, not just on the playing level, but also in levels like where you're at, owning teams and being in management, and also being front-facing Jews on camera in everyday life?
It's so important. I mean, the joke also is that you mentioned Jews in sports. You're more likely to own a baseball team than play for the baseball team as a Jewish kid growing up. That being said, in baseball, we had our record number of Jewish ball players last year. Do you know do you want to guess what the number is?
Oof, do I want to guess?
That they at least played one game in Major League Baseball last year.
Is 100 crazy?
100 is a little crazy.
Okay.
You're being very ambitious with 100.
I'm a hockey fan, as you can see.
So it's 16 Jewish ball players last year in Major League Baseball, which is an incredible number. And you talked about like just Jews in sports. We get a bad rap about not being athletes. I don't think that's fair. I mean, look at these athletes here.
Look at this 2-on-1 almost developing for LeVauer.
I really hope we get a goal here. I want to announce the goal if we can.
Absolutely. Go for it.
But, and so sports, you talked about sports connecting not only with youth, but we need to connect people where they are. We need to, as Jews, reach out to other communities. And sports is such a great way to connect people that aren't necessarily tied to sports. So when you talk about 16 Jewish ball players in Major League Baseball, our first baseman for the Marlins this year is Jewish. Like, that's a way to connect to people that aren't connected, seeing that there is a representation of Jews in these amazing sports. And it's so awesome to be a part of.
And Miami's also such a great city. I mean, we're in New York. Look at this. Oh, what a save
nice
by Resinger.
Nice save. 4-2. By the way, high-scoring first period. I mean, I'm not a hockey guy, but I know that much, right?
I think even Kenny was surprised at how many shots we've had. Like he mentioned many times, we're up over 50 shots already. To put that in perspective, you don't get that many in like an NHL game so much. The offense has been flying today.
So as a baseball guy, I would say, is that good hitting or bad pitching? So I would ask you, is that bad defense or good offense?
I think it's really good offense. And I mean, of course, we talked about it in the intermission. These power plays are really making a difference. But so far, we got a little 5-on-5 hockey and some good flow to this second period.
It's a fun game to watch. Again, I'm not a hockey guy necessarily, but this is clearly a fun game to watch. A lot of action, a lot of one-on-ones. Here's a breakaway right there. Nice save.
Yuval Halper getting a good one in off Goldberg, and he makes a nice blocker save. Yuval Halper's also a special player because he comes from Israel, and he's a terrific ambassador for this league. We've talked about a lot of Jerusalem players being ambassadors, but I want to go back to you in Miami for a second. Actually, I'll let you call this one.
Oh, here we go. 3-on-1. Shot. Nice save. The goalie. What's the goalie's name?
Goldberg.
Dochberg. What a great name for a goalie. Dochberg. We want him on our team right there. Dochberg.
It's Max Goldberg making...
Goldberg. Sorry, Max. My apologies. Max Goldberg. Sounds like a German ancestry, perhaps, maybe.
From Israel, actually.
But where his parents are from.
I didn't get that far in my research. But he's played a bunch of games in the IEHL. He's a really good goalie. Played a couple years for Hulon, now the Puck Empire, Hulon Vipers.
Amazing.
He's been really good today so far for Tel Aviv. He's led in a few, but his positioning's good. He's a good goalie normally, and even tonight. From Ramla over in Israel near the central Tel Aviv area. Here's another 2-on-1 for you.
2-on-1. Defender gets back. Nice stop by the defender there.
There's
right in front.
That's Josh Greenberg. He leads the Israeli Federation League all-time in scoring. He's a very historic player.
Josh Greenberg. How old is Josh Greenberg?
Josh Greenberg is 36 years old.
Wow, still going strong.
Forward from Los Angeles.
So he's the Wayne Gretzky of the Israeli Hockey League. I'd like to say that, right?
Absolutely. He's his record might not be broken for a little bit. We talk about Alex Ovechkin in the NHL. We're getting close to Wayne Gretzky's record, but I want to go back to you and Florida for a second because of course we're here in New York. The community here is terrific. Tell us about the Jewish community down in Florida and what it means for you having a professional baseball team out in Florida.
I'm so proud to be one of the owners of Miami Marlins, and we talk about Judaism and we talk about breakaway, score! There we go, nice shot. 77, right? Who's that?
That's Evgeny Kozhevnikov.
Kozhevnikov, a Russian.
The Russian out of St. Petersburg getting on the board for the Jerusalem Capitals. It's 5-2.
5-2. Jerusalem's got a really good team, looks like.
Ari, you want to walk us through this one?
Yeah, I thought it was here we go. On a little 2-on-1 break there. Beautiful pass.
What a
nice
pass.
Shot to the right top of the goal there. Beautiful. Woo, very nice. 77.
What a pass across from Zaitchik. He's wearing number 18. Able to get around the defender and find Kozhevnikov wide open.
Is that through his legs? Did that go through his legs?
Yes, sir.
Wow, look at that. That's quite the shot right there.
It is quite the shot, and Kozhevnikov gives the Jerusalem Capitals a 5-2 lead. The veteran stepping up. He and his brother Mikhail assisting also on the Zitzerman goals back in the first period on the power play.
Is there better names that I've ever heard in any professional game than what you're saying right now? These names are just awesome. But wait, can I go back to Miami? Because you asked that question.
Yes.
While that breakaway was happening. So very proud to be part of the Miami Marlins because after October 7th, we were the first team in baseball, and I believe the first team in all of sports, to post in support of Israel and the Jewish community. The first team. I immediately saw what happened. I talked to my senior partners and marketing people, and they all agreed that we want to do something to support the Jewish community in Miami. And I wrote exactly what we need to say. They changed it maybe a little bit, but we posted on October 8th in the afternoon on our Instagram page. And you can still go. It's still up. Very proud to be part of an organization that would do something like that. And we have Passover at the park at our stadium and Jewish Heritage Day, where we sing Hatikva twice a year in our stadium.
I was there actually a couple of years ago, and I was spending Passover down in Miami. It was a great time. If you're down in Passover this year, definitely hit up the Miami Marlins. It's going to be a great time.
Appreciate that. Passover at the park. It's a great time at the stadium. It is. And you sing Hatikva. There's kosher for Passover food, and we have a band in early. It's just a great experience. You be around all the Jews in Southern Florida.
So, Mark, we're living in the present of Jewish hockey and Jewish sports in general. I think, we talked about on the broadcast how this is a golden age for Jewish ice hockey, and you're talking about how this is a golden age for Jewish baseball. Tell me about the future. What do we need to do as Jews, and what does the community need to do to encourage Jews to play sports, to be involved in sports, and, be proud of who we are both on and off the field?
It's a good question. I, as a father to 2 young children, I encourage sports big time. I think sports teaches camaraderie, teamwork, leadership, all the social skills you're going to need for the rest of your life. And it's such a great way to be part of the community, not only just the Jewish community, but be part of your local city, community, whatever it is. And, I am a big proponent of sports. Obviously, you are as well. And I hope more people are, because, again, it's a great way to connect to people, reaching out to people that not necessarily would listen to us in other areas, but if we're both the same fan of a certain team, or we're both athletes as a young guy or young girl, we'll take a break. It's a real way to connect people, and I just love being a part of this whole thing.
Ari Ackerman, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. We'll be right back here from UBS Arena with the USA Challenge Cup.
Real pleasure. Thank you.
Welcome back to UBS Arena. While I was with Ari Ackerman, we had another goal, and he's joining us still for yet another segment of hockey here in the second period. We'll call this game a little bit more straight because we're having a great time here at UBS Arena. Evgeny Kozhevnikov, number 77 for Jerusalem, adding to Jerusalem's lead, and it's now a 5-2 hockey game. We also had a goalie switch to mention. Itai Meltzer now taking over in goal for Tel Aviv after Max Goldberg allowed those 5 goals. Tough night for Max Goldberg to get pulled here at UBS Arena, but now a chance for the young Itai Meltzer to make a name for himself here on an international stage. Jerusalem controls the puck off the faceoff, and Timmy Payne gets set up in his own end. Backtracking is Sprung. Sprung able to get away from the defenseman. Look at him go. Sprung cuts the inside and then lost the puck on a good check from Finfer. Finfer will just throw this one all the way around. Jerusalem is on the power play. Timmy Payne collects behind his own net. Power play, as we mentioned, has been lethal for Jerusalem in that first period. They're going to try and get another goal here right now. Right side it comes for Yuval Halpert off his skate, and that's going to be called back on an offside.
So I can tell you what an offside is. My friends didn't think I knew what an offside is.
You know, a lot of people watch soccer, and it's kind of similar.
It is, right?
Puck's got to be the first thing into the zone. Long story short. And sometimes these calls get really, really tight at the blue line. And so good on the referees for catching that. And that brings the faceoff back into the neutral zone.
Is there a replay rule in effect during this game, or is that just for the NHL?
We do have a replay rule. Our broadcast is being broadcast down in the scorer's box. So if we do have a play that needs to go to review, our broadcast would be that review.
That's good. I hope it happens while I'm on the air here.
Here comes Ilya Spector, circling at the top of the right circle, gives it across to Nikita Zitzerman. Zitzerman throws one off the stick of Sigalov and into the protective netting. So also to just put things into perspective a little bit, we had a goalie change. It's a little bit like a pitcher change, right? Your pitcher is unfortunately not having a great night, so in comes the backup goalie, Itai Meltzer, and you know, as a baseball guy, what does that mean when you have to change up your pitcher? Sometimes it could be a little spark for your team, right, Ari?
It can, but I think in Major League Baseball, you don't see many complete games anymore. So you have relief pitchers every game. You don't see that in hockey all the time, right? Hockey is more if the guy's really having a bad game, or if they're playing at the UBS Arena and they want to split the time, I would imagine.
I guess this is more of like pulling your starting pitcher after like 3 innings.
Okay, so that doesn't feel good for the goaltender. But we're with him. I mean, he's a nice Jewish boy, so he'll have better days, I'm sure.
He absolutely is. It's Chris Blake, and that is Dennis Zaitchik getting into it a little bit at center ice, and he brings the puck into the zone. Evgeny Kozhevnikov walks the circle. Looks to go back to the point. Janela blocking him nicely. Kozhevnikov goes out in front for Zaitchik, trying to get his stick on it there. Here's Zitzerman walking in. Backdoor feed for Kozhevnikov. Couldn't get the shot away. Up top, it's his brother Mikhail. Then to Zitzerman. Shoots one. Oh, he's looking to go blocker side. That one just went wide. Good puck movement by Jerusalem as the power play expires. This one's tipped by a Tel Aviv stick and into the glass. Tel Aviv will send this one all the way down. If Jerusalem gets there first, it's an icing.
Icing. All right, there you go.
Yes, sir.
There you go. All right, got that. Right after the power play, they had that icing call. I guess they just wanted to reset there, huh?
Well, unfortunately now Tel Aviv can't change, so a lot of tired penalty killers have to stay out there. Already losing 5-2, and now Jerusalem able to get some fresh players out there and try and press a little bit at 5-on-5.
There we go.
Here's Jackson Reimer back to the point for Payne. That's blocked away. Here's a little break.
Little 2-on-1.
Sol Feder moving in. Has Blake going to the goal. Finds him, and a great save by Resinger. How about that, Ari?
That's like a kick save and a beauty there, right?
Yeah, a little bit. Getting a little bit of leg,
shot.
a little bit of arm in there. Has net on. Peretz comes in, and he's blocked away by Cam Angus. Tel Aviv trying to start a breakout. Oh, Jake LeBauer was behind the defense, and now Jonathan Resinger has to play it away from him. Good chance for Tel Aviv to try and get things a little bit close in this game. Still trailing 5-2. Here's a turnover. 2-on-1 coming. Malischenko in. Shoots. Oh, that's a great
save. Off the rebound.
Jake LeBauer makes it 5-3. What a play there by LeBauer going to the net. And it's a great play at center ice to force the turnover, and Malischenko comes in, and look at this. LeBauer just goes straight to the net, and he knows where to find a puck. Right, Ari?
I mean, I kind of like the irony that Jerusalem gets off to a fast start, the beautiful city of Jerusalem. Then you got the Tel Aviv guys who maybe were on the beach a little bit at the beginning. Now they're coming off the beach and ready to play, right? How do you like that?
You know, they call Tel Aviv the White City because they never sleep. The lights are always on in that house. No quit in this team.
That's why I'm saying they're more of a third period team, maybe. You're going to see a little comeback by the Tel Aviv team here.
Here we go. It's 5-3. It's only a 2-goal game. And you know what they say in hockey? 2-goal lead's the worst lead in hockey.
Why is that?
Well, what happens, you got to think about it a little mentally, right? Oh, and here's a little scruffle.
Oh, wait. Come on, Jews. No fighting amongst ourselves. We don't want that.
It's all in good fun.
No scrums here.
It's all part of the game. You know, here's the thing with that 2-goal lead, right? It's a 2-goal lead. If you're losing and then you score the next goal, it's like, hey, we're only one back here. We got a chance.
Got it.
Jerusalem wins the defensive zone faceoff, and there is Itzik Levy to collect, and it's taken away by Malischenko. Tel Aviv with a little press here. Cortez back to Malischenko. Then LeBauer trying to center around in front. Nobody home for Tel Aviv, and Jerusalem now will send this all the way down for an icing. A little tired there.
Yeah, so you don't have to touch the puck anymore in icing. You can just call it. Is that the rule?
Yes, so now...
That's my old school rules there, right?
In old-time hockey, you had to be the first to the puck and touch it. Problem was a lot of players were getting injured because of such intensity going into the boards.
Interesting.
In order to make things safer for a lot of players, it was just whoever's first to those hash marks, those little 2 dashed lines at the side of the circle. Whoever got there first, that's how they would figure out if it's an icing or not. So
I like the rule change. We have a lot of rule changes in baseball too. You gotta adapt or die. You gotta be modern with the times. There's some people, don't get hurt, and you make the game more exciting.
Anything you want to tip us off about for this upcoming MLB season?
Well, as of last year, we had a pitch clock, which made the games 20 minutes faster, which is way better. The bases are a little bit bigger, so it's more exciting, more stolen bases, and there's a few more rule changes being discussed right now, like an automatic umpire where you don't get the umpire anymore. I'm a little iffy on that because you like the human aspect to it a little bit, but you get more accurate calls potentially.
How excited are you for opening day this year, and what are your thoughts on your Miami team that you're putting together?
Listen, we're always hopeful in Miami. We always are a young, very exciting, energetic team, and I was down there with the team last weekend. I got to play a little bit with the guys, and we just have a great young group of ball players that are only going to get better. So we're excited. Opening day, Thursday at 4 o'clock.
A lot of probably Mets fans here on the broadcast. We're up here in New York. Big rivalry with the New York Mets, correct?
Well, we like to think so. We're hoping the Mets think that. Stevie Cohen definitely, Mets spend a lot of money on their ball players. So
there's another Jewish owner for you.
And
bringing in some big talent this year for the Mets. They brought in
Juan Soto.
Juan Soto, thank you.
$700 million, you got to remember his name, you know what I mean?
You're telling me that is definitely true. He's a big name here in New York, played for the Yankees a little bit, now coming over the other side of this Subway Series rivalry.
He's a very talented ball player.
Back here on the ice, it's Richie Hayward keeping the puck in for a second, as Jake Nowry will try and clear out. Here comes Ilya Spector trying to get it across. Good play by Cam Angus to break it up in his own end. Nikita Lukin the other way for Tel Aviv. Look at him dip to the right side. Ariel Kapolkin as they come in 3-on-2. He shoots one wide. Good shot there from Ariel.
Exciting shot. Ari, I call him Ari, actually.
Battle for it there at center ice, and it's won by Kirill Palazov. Tel Aviv starting to put on the pressure a little bit. Jerusalem backing off a little bit. Richie Hayward goes across to Cam Angus. And they'll reset in their own end with 8 minutes, a little over 8 minutes to play here in the second period. Jake LeBauer, right side for Gennady Malischenko. In over the line, goes behind the net, looking for a pass out in front. Ridden off by Spivak. Saul Feder comes in to apply the pressure, and Malischenko will grab a free puck. That's Kirill getting angled off by Timmy Payne. And now Evgeny Kozhevnikov able to clear the zone for Jerusalem after he put on a big hit. Now a potential 2-on-1 for Jerusalem. It's Peretz trying to dangle inside, and a good play by Feder getting back on defense. Sol Feder's been a real rock on defense for this Tel Aviv team. As Jerusalem now starting to apply a little bit of pressure.
Penalty there.
This might be a penalty. I think we had a little too many men on the ice.
And a stick got caught in that guy's stomach, so there was something going on there.
Yeah, there's going to be some penalty, and we'll tell you more about it when we come back here at the IEHL USA Challenge Cup. Ari, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. That was a lot of fun. Appreciate you.
Welcome back to UBS Arena. Look at this crowd having a great time. They're singing Ma'apecha Shel Simcha, which means a revolution of happiness, and that's what we're feeling here at UBS Arena. You're looking at Itai Meltzer, who's a happy man getting into the net for HC Tel Aviv, relieving Max Gochberg. His team scoring a goal recently to make it 5-3. What a game we're having so far. A little less offense here in the second period. I'm rejoined now by my broadcast partner, the legendary Kenny Albert, as we're going to call this last 7 minutes of the second period as Tel Aviv gets on their second power play of the night.
Special teams, certainly a big story. Bet in the first period when Jerusalem went 3 for 3 on the power play, and now Tel Aviv with an opportunity to pull to within a goal.
And a goalie change now for Jerusalem. It's Jack Lim in there for the Capitals as Lukin goes across with a shot that went headhunting on Mr. Lim. Janello fakes the drive, faked it again, gave it off to Polozov. Now Lukin near circle. Being harassed there by Nolan Balin. Back to the point for Janello. Lukin looks for options. Down low, it's Janello. Lukin again, up top. Janello a drive and a save by Jack Lim.
For those who are watching the telecast today, who are not actually here in the building, just so impressed with the crowd. Having such a great time. A lot of kids in attendance. They're all here to support a great cause, and it's been a fun night here at UBS.
It absolutely has. The fans are really into it. You know, our video team, everyone here has done a terrific job getting the crowd into it. And the game has been exciting too. Like, it's a 5-3 hockey game. The fans have had plenty to cheer about. And you know that we see less Tel Aviv and Jerusalem jerseys, plenty of Israeli flags around the arena. Everyone is here because they support the Jewish community, because they love Israel, and they've been really treated to a great show tonight.
And when else at UBS can you see Islanders and Rangers fans getting along with each other?
Only Jewish hockey could do that sometimes.
Jerseys of both teams throughout the crowd?
Yes. And Israeli flags, everything in between. Here's Joey Finfer with 39 seconds left on the power play. Malischenko back to the point for Janello. Gives it across to Polozov. Cutting in, sending one to the goal, and it's stopped by Lim. Malischenko, it's Gennady. Turning in the right circle, back up top to Janello. Left side, Polozov. Cuts in, shoots one, high over Lim. Then Malischenko collects on the right side. Slaps one on goal, trying to force a rebound, but it ends up becoming a clear for Jerusalem. Janello's got to hurry here, and Peretz with a good back check, but now Janello able to curl back and buy some time for his team as the power play about to expire. Tel Aviv down 2 goals here in the second period as Ariel Kapolkin put on his back as his team getting the puck in deep. Malischenko in on the forecheck. Around to his brother Kirill. Now Gennady back to the point. It's Finfer sending one to the goal, and it's blocked away. Spivak with a tired Jerusalem team out there will just send it down the ice. Itai Meltzer went out to play it. I think that would have been an icing, Kenny. Here's Malischenko. Up ahead to LeBauer. LeBauer gets it in. Stopped by Lim. He gloves it down and has to keep going. Now a potential 2-on-1. Tel Aviv caught deep. Here's Itzik Levy with Zitzerman. Levy shoots. Saved by Meltzer.
That turned into a 3-on-1 rush.
Real quickly, too. Tel Aviv just got caught deep. Here we'll see it again. Levy coming in, getting a great shot on Itai Meltzer as we'll go to break. We'll be right back here from UBS Arena.
Under 5 to play in the second period from UBS Arena, with Jerusalem leading Tel Aviv 5-3. Kenny Albert honored to be a part of the broadcast along with Ben Baruch. And Ben, a couple of summers ago, you had the opportunity to spend time in Israel as a summer intern for the league. What are some of the biggest memories from that experience?
You know, for a while I wanted to go into sports journalism, and being able to call games in Israel was really a dream come true for me. I mean, obviously before tonight, but it really gave me so much experience as, you know, someone learning about journalism and learning how to be a sports journalist, getting all that opportunity to script games, to learn about the players, do all the research. It was such a great experience, and for all of that to come together in a terrific finals game. It was Jerusalem against Netanya that year, and it was such a great game. It was a 10-5 win for Netanya. They had an undefeated season, but such an incredible experience. And really, if you're Jewish, if you're thinking about getting into sports journalism, go for it. If this is your passion, I highly encourage you to do it. There are plenty of ways to do it, and Israel was my path, but there are so many paths out there that anyone could take to pursue their dream and really do what they love.
Where did you live that summer?
I lived at my grandma's house, actually, and I love her, and I'm so happy. Oh, no, we got a fight. It's Mike Janello and Nolan Balin.
What a segue after mentioning living at grandma's house.
This wouldn't be allowed in grandma's house. It's Nolan Balin and Mike Janello throwing some rights. They're going at it. Mike Janello trying to grab Balin down. The jersey's coming off. This crowd is loving it. Refs are going to get in there and break this up. Tel Aviv trying to get back in this game, and Mike Janello, the captain, stepping up here for Tel Aviv. That was quite the transition, Kenny.
What would Grandma think about that?
You know, my father grew up in Israel. Until I learned about this sport, none of my Israeli family knew what hockey was. So I think if they're watching right now, it would be quite the shock for them to see what kind of sport that their son and their grandson fell in love with. It was an incredible summer. I got to live up in the north of Israel for a little bit and commute down to the rink. They were still playing down in Netanya for a little bit. The players were living in Tel Aviv, so I really wish I got to hang out with them more. But this weekend has been great. It's been such an incredible time for them to bond and get together. But yeah, it was my first real summer commuting down to the rink every day, and I really learned what it meant to be as close to professional as possible. We did a really good job trying to give our viewers the best product we could every single night.
There was certainly some bonding during that scrap.
Oh, yes. Nolan Balin is 24 years old, native here of Long Island. So what an opportunity for him to put on a fight at center ice at UBS Arena.
I would assume has some friends and family in the crowd.
Absolutely, he does. And Mike Janello, the captain of Tel Aviv, we mentioned him many times, started playing in this league. I remember my first summer in Jerusalem, I went to go watch him, and he stood out right away as a player that I knew was real special in this league. Here's Kozhevnikov getting it across to Zaitchik. He'll center this one for Spector. Oh, that one just missed. Nikita Lukin brings it back. Delayed offside for Tel Aviv. They'll use that opportunity to make a change. Mikhail Kozhevnikov moves it in. He turns on the wheels a little bit. Goes behind the net. Has a man out in front. Finds him for a shot, and a great save by Itai Meltzer. So just to tell you a little bit more about that summer and what that looked like. So it was just me and a broadcast team. And one of the ways that I got to really meet the players was we didn't have a color commentator. So we just bring whoever wasn't playing that night up into the broadcast. We talk to them, let them get their color commentary skills in a little bit. And it was just a great time for the players to get involved, to talk about their friends, and to, you know, watch hockey from a different perspective that not a lot of them do all the time. So they really enjoyed that, and it was just so much fun for everybody. That's what I took away from it, is that you got to really be in this because you love it. We'll have a penalty actually coming up. Looks like it's going to be a cross-check, or interference, excuse me. I'm still getting my ref hand signals down.
Tel Aviv heading to the power play. Yeah, we used to do that back in the minor league hockey days when I was a broadcaster in Baltimore. No full-time color commentators, so we would bring on injured players, third-string goalie on occasion.
How did you learn to adapt to that and like grow into? I'm sorry, I'm gonna hype you up a little bit, but into the announcer that you are. How did that sort of grow your experience as a broadcaster?
Well, I'll tell you what, the 2 years that I spent in the American Hockey League, I wouldn't trade those years in for anything. Getting the reps, 80 games a year, oftentimes without a color analyst. I was my own engineer. I had to set up the equipment as Tel Aviv works the puck around here on the power play. And again, looking back, listening to some of those tapes, I can't believe it was even me. It sounds so much different, as a 22-year-old than you do 35 years later. But like you said during your experience in Israel, the players were around the same age as I was. The goal was to move up to the next level. The first game of the season, my first year as a professional hockey broadcaster, was in Hershey, Pennsylvania. And I set up the equipment. You had to, at the time, plug into a phone jack. And at some point during the second period, either me or my partner, I did have a color analyst that day, knocked it out of the socket, so to speak. I thought I was done. I figured I would get fired after game one.
Well, look where you ended up. So I guess it was all for good, right? Ooh, there's a shot that goes wide from Kapolkin. What's your advice to young players or young broadcasters, Jewish and non-Jewish, who really want to get ahead in this industry? Because it's so hard, right, Kenny?
Try to do as much as you can. I speak to a lot of high school and college students every year at various broadcasting camps throughout the summer. And there are so many opportunities out there if you know where to look. Big collision there with
the
there's a goal. And they capitalize.
Malischenko brings Tel Aviv within one on the power play.
Right after the collision in the crease.
But I think they're talking about that. I don't think they're going to call this a goal right away.
They wave it off.
They wave it off. Goaltender interference is the call. Here's what happens. There you see, there's Malischenko getting involved with Jack Lim. He's wailing around the crease, never really has a chance to get back up. I think he has some time to reset a little bit there, Kenny.
Of course, they don't have the opportunity to go to replay in this game, so it's based on what the officials saw as it happened in real time.
They're still talking about it a little bit. Now they're going to come over to the scorer's table. Replay is, in fact, available for tonight, but it looks like we're not.
Yeah, they haven't got to it.
Janello's looks like he's calling for them to look at the review. There you see the coach of Tel Aviv. They're all gathering on the bench. They want this looked at. There it is again. You see Malischenko takes Jack Lim down, but he gets up and he gets out of the crease, and Jack Lim able to get back up to his feet. You see him there. He's in.
He did have time to reset.
Yeah.
For sure.
Looks like we are going to play on. So no review, no challenge initiated from Tel Aviv, and they will remain down 2. It's an interesting call from Tel Aviv. I think they might have had a shot there.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. The goaltender definitely reset prior to the shot attempt. But getting back to your question, the biggest piece of advice is if you're a young broadcaster, high school or college age, so many schools now have opportunities, whether it's in classes, radio stations, to broadcast games on the internet, even to do the public address at your high school or the morning announcements. Get as much experience as you can. And so many of the college conferences have their own networks where students can get involved either on the air or behind the scenes. But when I was a youngster, I would announce games off the television into a tape recorder. Now you can do it into an iPhone or some other kind of recording device. Getting as many reps as possible as a youngster is the key, and learning some of the different jobs that are out there. People would be amazed at how many men and women are involved in getting a broadcast on the air. Even this one today, it's not only the two announcers that you hear throughout the game.
It's absolutely true, and I'll add to that, get yourself out there. Do it at home and show it to everybody, because you have so much to offer, and whatever you want to do, go pursue your dreams. These players are pursuing their dreams here at UBS Arena. It's a 5-3 hockey game. Jerusalem holds on to their lead. Some great highlights from the second period. Jerusalem expanding their lead to 5. A great fight from Balin and Janello. And Kozhevnikov getting on the score sheet. That's Jerusalem's 5th goal of the game. We'll be right back with the second intermission here from UBS Arena.
For over 2 decades, Nefesh B'Nefesh has assisted over 80,000 Olim in making Israel their home. Along with personalized Aliyah facilitation, Nefesh B'Nefesh offers a robust array of post-Aliyah services, all to ensure successful integration into Israeli society. For over 2 decades, Nefesh B'Nefesh has and will continue its mission to facilitate, advocate, educate, and celebrate the miracle of the Jewish state and Aliyah. And we are excited by the promising future of connecting tens of thousands more to our homeland.
Just try and use our gloves and just pull. We got this. We're gonna do it. We're hockey players. We can figure this out. Yeah.
Not good. Maybe if I'm using my stick like that, it'll work. I don't know, like chop it.
What are we gonna do?
We got one.
We're gonna leave.
Yeah, we're gonna leave. Yeah.
You guys are good?
We're good, thank you.
How about using the Leket gloves?
No, we're good. It's working for us. We're fine, right? Yeah. No.
Guys, drop the gloves already.
Really? That's what you want? We'll drop the gloves. You want us to drop the gloves?
We'll drop the gloves.
We'll drop the gloves. Let's go.
Let's go. Man, come on.
Hockey players might not be great at pulling vegetables out of the ground, but you can definitely be excellent at it. Join us for volunteering at Leket, Israel's national food rescue organization. Each of you can help by harvesting and collecting surplus high-quality food and distributing it to hundreds of thousands of people all across Israel. Join us or donate, and together we can make a real difference. Leket Israel, proud sponsor of the IEHL USA Challenge Cup.
Standing here with not only my friend, but Noah Kochba, or should I say Miss Israel. Why don't you tell the crowd who may not know, even though I don't believe that, a little bit about yourself?
First of all, thank you for coming. I'm Noah Kochba. I was Miss Israel in 2021. I was a combat medic in the IDF during our war, and now I am official spokesperson of Israel Friends Organization.
Oh, you spoiled it! I was going to announce that at the end. Well, Noah, you spent a lot of time during this war saving soldiers' lives. What was that experience like for you?
It's something you can't really explain in words, because on one side you're seeing horrific scenes, but in the other you're saving people's lives. So you're holding hands, but also you're saving their lives. So it's something I had a privilege to do, to save soldiers during that war.
Well, we definitely don't take your hard efforts for granted. And last year already spoiled it, but we're so excited to have you as an Israel Friends spokesperson. What really pushed you towards Israel Friends that made you want to be a spokesperson for them?
So when I first met the organization, they told me that their mission is to save life at the battlefield, which was funny because it was my mission in my combat medic service. So it just was an instant click, because to join an organization that's sole mission to save people's life, it's amazing.
Well, as we say, it was just Bashir. Thank you, Noah.
Israel is pretty small and we don't have a lot of tourists these days.
שאין אנשים, אין מכירות. Business-wise, I was paralyzed. I didn't sell for like 2-3 months. All our relatives and friends said that we need to leave the Israel.
I just like to spread the light in this really, really dark times here in the country.
ESSEC gives us the opportunity to sell outside of Israel, around the world.
We'll do everything for you, just give us the products and we'll do all this messy stuff that I don't like to do.
The fact that I can help people around the world feel connected to Israel.
ולא שאנחנו עובדות עם ESSEC, אנחנו עובדות ביחד עם ESSEC.
It's a big pleasure to have our candles all over the world.
הכרתי את ESSEC לפני חצי שנה. ישר עולה לי חיוך.
On October 7th, everything changed. I went from representing Israel in heels to defending it in boots. I replaced my crown with my helmet and my gown with my uniform. And I couldn't be more proud to represent Israel friends.
In a world where every second counts, technology isn't just an advantage. It's the difference between life and death. That's why our team is working around the clock to make sure our soldiers have the tools they need to stay ahead, protect one another, and return home safely. The technology we provide is more than just equipment. It's a shield, a lifeline. It gives our soldiers the intelligence to stay ahead, the power to protect their brothers and sisters, and the ability to save lives while defending Israel. But defense doesn't stop with technology. Our soldiers need critical protection, helmets, vests, and trauma kits. Because when lives are on the line, every second counts. And the battle doesn't stop when they come home. That's why our partnership with Healthy Mind provides PTSD trauma care and a healing community, giving survivors, first responders, reservists, and families the support they need in as little as 3 days instead of waiting over 200 days. Because when it comes to saving lives, waiting is not an option. At Israel Friends, we don't wait, we act, we protect. Visit israelfriends.us to learn more about our mission and how you can save lives.
Brooklyn, all right, not that far. So we're gonna play a little game here. Cooper's gonna have 3 chances to make 1 goal, and if he makes that 1 goal, you win a free round trip ticket to Israel. So let's root Cooper on. Let's go. Shot number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we're warming up here. We got 2 more. Oh, it was so close. Cooper, come on. This is your shot. This is your chance. All right. Wait. Should we give Cooper 1 more chance? Okay, we're gonna give you 1 more shot. You know what they say, The fourth time is a charm. Congratulations, Cooper. Or should I say Mark Messier in this case? I'm not too sure. Are you excited?
Yeah. So shout out to my beautiful girlfriend. It's our anniversary. Haley, love you. I'm going to Israel, baby.
I hope you take her with you.
Hockey is fast. Hockey is intense. And just like the game, the world of Bitcoin mining never stops. Mining provides cutting-edge hosting solutions for Bitcoin miners, ensuring maximum efficiency, uptime, and profitability. Just like in hockey, speed and power matter. That's why mining keeps your ASICs running at peak performance. Proud partner of the IEHL USA Challenge Cup, powering the game.
Hi, I'm Brian Spivak, founder and CEO of Barzell Media, and welcome to the IEHL USA Challenge Cup. Since October 7th, we've stood by our soldiers. But what about our digital warriors? The ones using their platform to keep our voices heard. That's where Barzell Media comes in, the economic Iron Dome for Israel and the Jewish people. We are providing paid brand partnerships for anyone standing with Israel. We are ensuring that the voices that the world is trying to silence are backed with full economic force. We may be small, but we are mighty. The bullies, their time is over. This is our time. So follow Barzell Media, support our sponsors, and enjoy the game, everyone.
Leket Israel, proud sponsor of the IEHL USA Challenge Cup.
For over 2 decades, Nefesh B'Nefesh has assisted over 80,000 Olim in making Israel their home. Along with personalized Aliyah facilitation, Nefesh B'Nefesh offers a robust array of post-Aliyah services, all to ensure successful integration into Israeli society. For over 2 decades, Nefesh B'Nefesh has and will continue its mission to facilitate, advocate, educate, and celebrate the miracle of the Jewish state and Aliyah, and we are excited by the promising future of connecting tens of thousands more to our homeland.
Just try and use our gloves and just pull. We got this. We're gonna do it. We're hockey players. We can figure this out. Yeah.
Not good. Maybe if I'm using my stick like that, it will work. I don't know, like chop it.
What are we gonna do?
We got one.
We're gonna leave.
Yeah, we're gonna leave.
You guys are good?
We're good, thank you.
How about using the Leket gloves?
No, we're good. It's working for us. We're fine, right? Yeah. No.
Guys, drop the gloves already.
Really? That's what you want? We'll drop the gloves. You want us to drop the gloves?
We'll drop the gloves.
We'll drop the gloves. Let's go. Let's go.
Man, come on.
Hockey players might not be great at pulling vegetables out of the ground, but you can definitely be excellent at it. Join us for volunteering at Leket, Israel's national food rescue organization. Each of you can help by harvesting and collecting surplus high-quality food and distributing it to hundreds of thousands of people all across Israel. Join us or donate, and together we can make a real difference. Leket Israel, proud sponsor of the IEHL USA Challenge Cup.
Welcome back to UBS Arena. It's the IEHL USA Challenge Cup. Jerusalem leading Tel Aviv by a score of 5-3. I'm joined back in the booth now by the Hockey News' David Kolb. David, it's great to be back with you. David, I want to talk about the second period with you. What are your thoughts on what we saw in that period?
Well, we saw a lot. We saw the game settle down a little bit. We saw these guys really get accustomed to this big arena, get accustomed to each other, get accustomed to the environment, and really play their games a little bit more. We saw back and forth action. These shots are about 40 apiece right now, 41-40.
Yep.
I mean, this is and we had to fight that period. So what else can we say? We pretty much had everything you want in a hockey game. We had in the first two periods, gravy going forward.
And I think that fight allowed Tel Aviv especially to settle in. You know, it's been really tough for them this period, as we're going to look at highlights a little bit. You see there's Kozhevnikov scoring the first goal. They had it a little rough, Tel Aviv, a little bit, right?
Yeah, and there, you saw a tough move to the net there, scores you saw him all game using his physicality, and there he used it to get to the middle and score that goal.
And here's another chance. Look at Tel Aviv just breaking everything up, and this is going to set up the goal.
Yeah, it's good. It's turnover, transition, shot, and a great job going to the net for a rebound. And that's exactly what you need to do to get back into a game.
Tel Aviv playing in a little layer style play there in the neutral zone, and Jake LeBauer cashing in, and we almost had another goal. It almost was 5-4. That goal waved off on goalie interference. So this is a close game here, David. What does Tel Aviv need to do to get back in it? They're only 2 goals back.
Well, really, they the transition. They really need to try and get those turnovers and turn it up the ice quickly. It looks like their goalie, Itamar Meltzer, is doing a good job coming off the bench. So they have stability back there, and now if they maybe can take it forward, they're just down 2 goals. You saw they score a goal, got taken off the board. Could have been 5-4 heading into this third. They just really need to now continue playing their game and fire pucks on net.
We also saw Jerusalem make a goaltending change. Jack Lim relieving Jonathan Resinger. That more of just like, we want to get everybody involved in the game sort of thing. What do you think of Jack so far?
Both goalies in Jerusalem, they made some stellar saves. Second one got bailed out a little bit on that goalie interference there. But the goaltending has been really above par here, considering how many shots you go to save percentage here. And all the goalies that have played so far today are doing really, really a nice job.
It's been an incredible show here at UBS Arena. Jerusalem leading Tel Aviv 5-3. We'll be right back for the third period here at the IEHL USA Challenge Cup.
Hey everybody, Elon Gold here. Many of you know me, all of you should. But this isn't about me, it's about you. Are you a giver? A daily giver? I know I am. Giver of what, you ask? Charity. Tzedakah. Every single day I give to charity. How, you ask? I'll tell you how. There's an amazing organization called Daily Giving where you don't have to do anything. It's a one-time charge. It could be $30 for a month or more if you're doing a few months or a year. And then every single day, one of your dollars will go to any number of incredible organizations. I'm talking about Hatzalah, life-saving organizations. I'm talking about, you know what, there's too many to list. All you got to do is go to dailygiving.org, and you too can be the recipient of this amazing mitzvah. And what could be more important than giving? And what could be better than not doing anything? So you're giving, but you're not doing. You're one-time charging, and you're still giving, and you're doing nothing, but you're doing something, but still nothing. I haven't gotten off this couch in weeks, and every single day a mitzvah has come my way. You can too. Go to dailygiving.org. Trust me on this one.
Barzell Media helps brands find and reach their target audience through influencer marketing, ensuring that they are finding the right influencer that aligns with their values while also ensuring that they're supporting the cause. If you're a business that supports Israel and the Jewish people, come join us.
Welcome back to UBS Arena. We're getting set for puck drop on the third period here at the USA Challenge Cup with the IEHL. Jerusalem leading HC Tel Aviv by a score of 5-3. And while we have a second, I just want to thank some of our incredible sponsors for this evening. We have Nefesh B'Nefesh, helping thousands make Aliyah and thrive in Israel. From relocation support to career guidance, they make the dream a reality. Visit them in the IEHL space. You've seen that QR code a couple times. We also have Vine Ventures, the only U.S. seed fund in Israel, the bridge between New York and Tel Aviv. Visit them in the IEHL space. And finally, we have Daily Giving, helping every Jew perform the mitzvah of giving charity each day. And they are also available in the IEHL space. Getting set here for puck drop on the third period. Jerusalem leading 5-3. I'm joined now by David Kolb from the Hockey News. He'll be with you for a little bit. David, what does Tel Aviv need to do to get back in it here in the third period?
Well, I'm sure they spoke in the locker room about the urgency coming out, starting the period off on the right foot. They need to really get pressure and maybe attack zone time in the offensive zone just to settle down there instead of back in their end and really bring the pressure to the second Jerusalem goalie that came in. He's obviously not as warm as the first. He came in halfway through the game. Obviously, all four goalies got playing time today, which is an amazing thing. But really, they know they're down 2. They prep for it in the locker room. They're going to come out gunning early, and they're going to hope to get this within 1.
You know, we mentioned it a little bit before that the story of the first period was all the power plays. And those didn't happen, and Tel Aviv played a much better second period, and they're going to try and bring that momentum from the second into the third. They're down 2. The score is 5-3 Jerusalem, but we got a whole 20 minutes of hockey left to play here at UBS Arena. 6 down, pucks down, and we are underway. 20 minutes to go here in the IEHL USA Challenge Cup at UBS Arena. It's Joey Finfer getting things started as he sends it around the boards. Kozhevnikov into pinch. Then it's Zaitchik getting it deeper. Sigalov on the back check, trying to get it up ahead for Lukin. Lukin as his offensive players join the rush. Here's Janelo down right wing. Excuse me, that's Ariel Kapolkin. He sends one that's blockered aside. Nikita Lukin on the follow-up. Spins in the right circle. Lukin, good job to shield that puck. Gets it back to Sigalov. Across now to Finfer. Finfer down low for Kapolkin. Comes out from behind the net. Kapolkin shoots, tipped, and it goes wide of Lim. Zaitchik collects there for Jerusalem on defense and then sends it around to Timothy Payne. Now a potential 2-on-1 for Jerusalem. It's Ilya Spector. Spector shoots, saved by Meltzer, and he'll cover.
Yeah, big save on the transition going the other way by Itamar Meltzer. But we spoke about it. What does Tel Aviv have to do? And I said offensive zone time. There they were. They really came out, and almost that first full minute they played in the Jerusalem end, trying to get some pressure, but didn't work early.
You also can't give up a 2-on-1, though. You got to play both sides of the ice. We spoke about that in our pregame, playing a 200-foot game in order to win. But here comes Tel Aviv right back in. It's Kirill Malashchenko centering one out in front, and Bauer had one go off the stick of Lim and into his glove.
Right, but that's the danger in Tel Aviv right now, going for it. They're down 2. They have to go for it a little. They could and might give up 2-on-1s, and in those situations, they're going to need their goalie to stand tall.
Itamar Meltzer has looked good. So far, it was Resinger that gave up all 5 Jerusalem goals. So Meltzer, so far so good as Malashchenko scores! Kirill Malashchenko brings Tel Aviv within 1.
Yeah, and you sort of felt it coming out of the locker room. They had a little bit. They were down in the zone. They were working it, and they're a beautiful play. Set up Malashchenko for that goal, and it's a 1-goal game in the third period. This place is rocking.
Take a look at this replay. Good cycle job by Tel Aviv again. 5-on-5, and you can't leave a guy like Malashchenko wide open in the slot.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Clearly, they're playing the better game tonight, 5-on-5. We saw Jerusalem doing real well on the power play, but 5-on-5, Tel Aviv has, I wouldn't say controlled, but they've had the better of play.
The Malashchenko brothers come from Mogilev over in Belarus, now playing in Israeli Federation League play. Some of the best players over in the Israeli National Hockey League. That's the league that happens during the year. And right back now, they're on the forecheck. Here is Malashchenko. Cuts and shoots. It's blocked away by Payne. Never made it to the protective netting, so it stays in play for Jerusalem. Reimer trying to get it out of there, kept in by Feinfer, but there is Jackson Reimer getting it over the red line, and Tel Aviv able to recollect. Finfer will go put in an area and will then get it deep. Lim out of his net to play it. Little miscommunication with Nowry there as Kozhevnikov now able to bring it up for the Capitals. Finfer able to get it deep. Stopped behind the net by Lim. Now Josh Greenberg looking to bring it up ahead. Shot from the wall by Blake, never made it on net. Chris Blake comes around and was deflected on goal, and a save by Lim. And Halpert will defend his goalie a little bit.
And a good job by Blake, just throwing it on net. Just to see what happens. Traffic in front, maybe somebody crashing the net for a rebound.
A little more about the Malischenko brothers. Gennady has 26 points in 4 games played with the Israeli Federation League. He played in the MHL, which is the 3rd best league over in Russia, with a team called Dynamo Ryubichi. That was a go for it to try and get that right. And
I was about to say, I'm really impressed.
Also, HK Mogilev, which is much easier to pronounce, in the top Belarusian league. Then his brother Kirill had 15 points in 82 games in the top Belarusian league. So 2 really good players now taking their talents to Israel and HC Tel Aviv. Here comes Tel Aviv back in. There's a shot from the wall that goes high. Blake able to stop it along the wall. And then in to take it is Ziv Diener. Trying to center out in front for Chris Blake was Janello, never made it there. Solfetter from the wall, blocked in front, and now Jerusalem has numbers the other way. It's Shlomi Levy, the brother of Isaac Levy, getting it in deep. Maverick Cortez first back for Tel Aviv. Now centering feet out in front from Josh Greenberg, never made it to his teammate. And now it's Mike Janello, 3-on-2 the other way for Tel Aviv. Ziv Diener blocked away by Kozhevnikov, and they'll clear the zone. Icing called against Jerusalem.
I'm certainly seeing some of the older players there. I think the game is starting to wear on them a little bit. Maybe benches will start to tighten up and get a little shorter here as we close. But we certainly, this is good hockey here. This is a 1-goal game. We have shots 43-42 in favor of Tel Aviv, which is incredible. It just keeps everybody entertained here in the arena. This is exactly what everybody wants.
You saw Shlomi Levy get out there a little bit. The 49-year-old told me specifically that he feels like he's 30. You saw him get the puck out there a little bit. He's a veteran of the Israeli national team, and of course his brother Isaac has represented Israel well on the international stage. Offensive zone face-off for Tel Aviv. In comes Kapolkin to try and win it, but a good play by Jake Nowry to just hoist that one out of the zone. Itai Meltzer collects for Tel Aviv. Finfer, the drop for Polozov as they try to get set up through the neutral zone. Here comes Jerusalem back in. It's Ilya Spector down left wing. Throws a weird shot off the side of the net, and it's handled well by Meltzer. Feed in front for Kozhevnikov, and he went high with it. Mikhail Kozhevnikov now gets it down low for his brother Yevgeny, too far away from him, so Joey Finfer collects behind the net. Good play by Kapolkin to buy some time. He sends it up the right side of the ice for Kirill Polozov, trying to feed Nikita Lukin, too far out of his reach. Here comes Zaitchik the other way. Zaitchik to the outside with this one. Goes behind the net. Around it comes for Mikhail Kozhevnikov. Kozhevnikov down low to Zaitchik. Has Evgeny going to the goal. Backdoor feed, never made it on goal. The chance was for Ilya Spector.
Great thought there. Going backdoor there, tremendous.
Joey Finfer brings it back up for Tel Aviv. Will slap one in on Lim, and he's able to cover.
Yeah, we felt a little lull there in the period there, but I expect the next shift to come back. Some of these players, that was a long shift there. You see Finfer on the bench there, a little bit winded, but this is the 3rd period of a 1-goal game, which is great.
Tel Aviv coming back with the Malischenko line, centered by LeBauer. There's a shot by Malischenko off the draw. That's stopped by Lim. That's a big save for him here. Jake LeBauer able to hold the zone. What a move by him to get around. Jake LeBauer stripped from behind by Isaac Levy. There's the veteran player getting back. And now it's Sprung on a partial break. He shoots one that's blocked down by Meltzer. Now Malischenko. The 2 brothers move up with this one. Malischenko to the outside. He shoots and a save by Lim. Payne able to get away from the front of the net. Mikey Spivak now able to clear the zone. Jerusalem facing a lot of pressure. Tel Aviv coming back quickly. Richie Hayward. Left side Malischenko. Trying to set one in front. No one there for HC Tel Aviv. Malischenko trying to get back on it. Richie Hayward fighting for it. But Yuval Halpert's going to win that battle and bring it ahead. He backhands one around the wall. Saul Feder back to get it first for Tel Aviv, and now both teams in dire need of a change. Some of them will go off as Saul Feder will send one down the ice, and icing is called. And now nobody can change.
Well, actually, the non-offending team can change, but what's happening here, I see the Marchenkos are going to be out there a lot of this period down a goal. So they're clearly the skill, and they're going to get a lot of time down the stretch here for Tel Aviv, which I guess you should do if you're down one. So I guess it's good coaching there.
We talked about Tel Aviv's depth in the open. It looks like they're going to roll 3 lines. They have that Malischenko line, they have the Janela line, and then they also have the Russian line, we'll call it, with Palazov and Lukin. But here come the Malischenko brothers again. It's Kirill now sending one out in front. LeBauer couldn't get his stick down. Now it comes back to the front of the net. There's a tie-up. Lim doesn't know what to do with himself as Finfer and Butbol getting into it in the Jerusalem goal crease. Maverick Cortez puts a hit on, but Jerusalem gets the puck. Down low at Zaitchik, out in front for Halpert, and there's a great save by Meltzer. Halpert on it again, sends it down low. Janela slowed it up, and then it's collected by Nir Sigalov. Moving well through center ice. Nir Sigalov floats a pass ahead to Blake. That was over his stick, so Jerusalem able to recollect. That one sent down. Peretz negates the icing. Peretz looking for a feed, trying to go in front for Reimer. That one didn't have enough juice on it, and that sits in the crease for a second before Gross able to clean it up. Peretz dances away from Blake. Jerusalem putting on the pressure. Peretz has Kozhevnikov calling for it. He got it a little too late. Now off the exchange with Zaitchik. Kozhevnikov to the goal, and it's deflected wide. And now we're going to have a stoppage of play. Looks like we're going to have a penalty against Tel Aviv. This might be coming against Jerusalem.
I'm not sure if it's a penalty or what, but Janela was down. You'll see a hit right there to the head. And he stayed down for a bit.
We'll figure it all out after this break here from UBS Arena. Back here from UBS Arena as Tel Aviv has cut the deficit to 1 goal. It's a 5-4 Jerusalem lead here in the 2025 USA Challenge Cup. Thought we had a penalty for a second, but we are still going to play 5-on-5, and that's really good for Tel Aviv and Jerusalem as they try to cut the deficit one more time to tie this game up at 5. Joined again by my broadcast partner, Kenny Albert, as Tel Aviv searching for that tying goal. Jerusalem now putting on the pressure, trying to extend the lead on the other hand. Jake Nowry will collect this puck in his own end. Hands off with Mikhail Kozhevnikov. Nowry looks up. Instead, we'll go back to his defense partner. Kozhevnikov up the middle of the ice for his brother Yevgeny. Goes one-on-one against Sigalov. Jerusalem will win that battle. It's Ilya Spector on the handoff for Kozhevnikov. In front for Zaitchik. Had a shot, didn't take it. Mikhail back to Zaitchik. He shoots and a save by Meltzer. And now Tel Aviv has a break potentially, but Palazov never got the puck. Nikita Lukin instead will bring it up. Lukin drags and shoots, saved by Lim. Rebounds there, and it goes wide. Now a little tie up in the Jerusalem goal crease as a potential break for Ilya Spector. He'll pick this one up on side, trying to center it for Kozhevnikov. He gets it in the right circle. Kozhevnikov spins away from pressure, trying to go down low for Zaitchik. He's met by 2 Tel Aviv defenders, and they still battle away for it. Now back to the point. Comes for Timmy Payne. Payne loads up a drive, and it's kicked away, sitting in the crease for a second, and cleaned up by Tel Aviv. Malischenko having some trouble getting it out, but now on the second effort, he'll hand off to Richie Hayward. The defenseman playing up on the rush. Across to Malischenko. Goes one-on-one. Timmy Payne behind the net, trying to take it away. Zaitchik applying the pressure. Comes in front of the net. There's a chance! And a great save by Lim! Puck still loose, and finally the whistle.
Some extracurricular activity, Ben, following the save.
The intensity is picked up a little bit here. Tel Aviv looking for that tying goal, and it's the Malischenko brothers in it again, looking for that tie. There's Jack Lim with the left pad to save the day. He's looked good so far here for Jerusalem. And here is the save of the game, brought to you by Leket Israel. Leket, saving Israel's surplus food while feeding hungry Israelis. It's a big save for Jack Lim, able to keep his team up by 1 goal, with Tel Aviv applying the pressure.
Things were pretty wide open, Ben, in the first period. 4-2 lead for Jerusalem after 20 minutes. And now Tel Aviv looking to tie the game.
And they're working pretty hard, but Jack Lim coming up with all the answers so far for Jerusalem. Here comes Levy. Left side, a shot went high over the net. That was from Mikey Spivak. Tim Payne. A couple Tel Aviv players go down there as Zitzerman holding control for Jerusalem. Turn the puck over, and now Richie Hayward will settle things down for Tel Aviv as they start the breakout. Zitzerman applying the pressure, but Tel Aviv able to get away from it. Jerusalem offside, they have to regroup. It's Malischenko. Across to Angus. Goes up the middle of the ice for LeBauer. LeBauer, a little flat-footed, able to get it in, and Tel Aviv will dump and change. Malischenko still on the forecheck. Solfetter getting one to the goal, and it's into the glove of Jack Lim. So it looks like Tel Aviv's changing their strategy a little bit. They're more than happy to just dump and change the puck. As we listen to the crowd here, they're playing this song called Odioter Tov. It's been a popular hit in Israel, and the fans are loving it. What a game we have here, Kenny.
Crowd on their feet, cheering for their respective teams, and these players with an exciting day tomorrow as well, as they're going to be given a tour of the National Hockey League offices in Manhattan.
NHL more than happy to host these players. It's going to be a great experience for them. They're going to see a lot of cool things in the NHL office. What a great experience for these players. A lot of them have gotten to see an NHL game for the first time. A lot of them, live in Israel full time. Many of them got to see the Islanders game, the Rangers games over the weekend. So just an incredible hockey experience for all of these players from every part of the world.
And again, to have the opportunity to play at an NHL arena, use the locker rooms here at UBS, play in front of thousands and thousands of fans, the experience of a lifetime.
Absolutely, and they're in quite a game here. We've mentioned it a couple times, Tel Aviv trying to tie, but it's Jerusalem who will take a face-off in the offensive zone. Dennis Zaitchik in to take it there as Jerusalem getting set. 10:29 left in the third period. Glad you could join us here from UBS Arena. Koshevnik caught a shot off the draw. The rebound from Zaitchik never made it on goal. Joey Finfer across to Janello. They come over the blue line to a side. Diener, the drop for Janello. Janello all alone. He shoots, and a great save by Lim.
Janello dropped the gloves in the second period, spent some time at the penalty box, and an opportunity there to try and tie the game.
Looking for the Gordie Howe hat trick. I believe he had an assist on that first goal. So a goal, a fight, and an assist. And here's that replay again with a great shot from Janello and a better save from Lim. Really patient to go down there. Didn't give up his angle at all and made a great blocker save, and more importantly, put it in the corner. We're going to have a Tel Aviv power play, actually. What a chance here to tie it. It's going to be Ilya Spector in the box for 2 minutes. He's one of their best penalty killers. So Tel Aviv with a prime opportunity to tie it on the power play. Special teams, the story in the first. Will they be in the third? Here's Kirill Polozov downhill. Shoots! And that one, I think, hit the post. And went out of play.
Power play, a big story, Ben, in the first period when Jerusalem went 3 for 3 on the power play after falling behind 1-0. They scored 3 consecutive power play goals.
Nikita Zitzerman scoring 2 of those goals. He's been a factor all over the ice so far tonight. But now Tel Aviv looking for their chance to respond on the man advantage.
Both teams now over 50 shots on goal. 52 for Tel Aviv, 51 shots for Jerusalem.
For our viewers at home, explain what that means for viewers who don't watch NHL hockey. That's quite the offensive game, right? Oh, they score! Chris Blake has tied it! A power play goal for Tel Aviv, and it's a brand new hockey game here at UBS. It was a beautiful play by Finford to get in, got around all the defensemen. What a backhand pass to find Chris Blake cutting in, and what a goal for him to tie it on the power play.
Blake opened the scoring early in the first period. 2 minutes, 5 seconds in. And now, during the man advantage, ties the game at 5.
How the tables have turned here at UBS Arena. A little off your screen, but Tel Aviv is all up. They're all standing, and Jerusalem all sitting down on their benches a little bit. Jerusalem was in control of this game, but it's been Tel Aviv scoring 3 unanswered goals from 5-2 down, and it's a 5-5 hockey game with 9:15 left in the third period. Nikita Lukin trying to get this one out. Second effort successful. There's Kirill Polozov. Left it for Nir Sigalov. Right side, it's Ariel Kapolkin. Chipping it in, and Zaitchik will collect for the Capitals. Out of the reach of Evgeny Kozhevnikov. And now Tel Aviv looking to bring it ahead. It's Malischenko. Cross-ice feed to LeBauer. He gets hit by Spivak as he gets it in. That's going to be our hit of the day, brought to you by Barzell Media, helping brands land a big hit with influencers.
We saw Jerusalem score 3 consecutive goals in the first period. And now Tel Aviv with the last 3.
They've really turned this game around, and they've used the power play to their advantage. As here comes Malischenko in, and another great save by Lim. Puck sitting there, and they score!
Make it 4 in a row.
Tel Aviv leads for the second time tonight. It's 6-5. Jake LeBauer leading. It looks like he's going to get this goal. And it's another great rush by the Malischenko brothers. They've been driving the net all day, and the rebound just sits there. They all dig it in, and there's LeBauer to get the last touch on it. Tel Aviv's 56th shot of the day is their 6th goal of the day, and we've got a brand new game here in UBS Arena. Tel Aviv back in the driver's seat.
Their only lead prior to this was 1-0.
Jerusalem was in control for most of this game. What a hockey game it's been. Now we'll have to see how Jerusalem responds. Stick knocked out of number 18's hand. That's Joey Finfer. And now it's Janela bringing it back in for Tel Aviv. He's got the legs. Joey Finfer stood up at the line and taken away by Reimer. Tel Aviv still with the puck, though. Good keep in. Janela shoots from a tough angle over the head of Jack Lim. Maverick Cortez centering feed for Malischenko, broken up by Nowry. And Tel Aviv will have to get this one from all the way down unless it's an icing first. Nope, they keep playing on. Solfetter moving this one well through center ice. Look at him go, trying to feed. That is Ziv Dinner on the rush, but it's taken away by Nikita Zitzerman. Here he comes. Nikita Zitzerman scores! A hat trick for Nikita Zitzerman has tied it again! Back and forth action here from UBS Arena. It's all off a great rush by Zitzerman. He looks, and he just takes it himself. He blows one past Meltzer. Bring the hats down. Here comes one.
Didn't make it.
Couldn't make it.
Landed in the second row.
And you know what that tells me? That everyone's having a great time. It's a tie game. Everyone's on their feet for every goal. What a game it's been. We're tied again. It's 6-6. Levy trying to go up ahead. It's intercepted by Blake. What a move by Finfer to get away from Sprung. And he gets in over the blue line. Finfer a shot is gloved down by Lim. He'll settle things down. What action here at UBS Arena. It's a tie game. Tel Aviv and Jerusalem at 6-6 off this goal from Nikita Zitzerman. Back here at UBS Arena, it's the 2025 IEHL USA Challenge Cup. And this is the goal that's made it 6-6. A blistering shot from Nikita Zitzerman over the right shoulder of Itai Meltzer. It's his goal. It's the goal of the game, brought to you by Essex, supporting Israeli small businesses rebuilding after the war. It's a hat-trick goal for Nikita Zitzerman. He's been on fire all night tonight, Kenny.
Certainly has. A couple of power play goals in the first period. And now here in the third, after his team fell behind 6-5, ties the game.
And he's been utilizing his shot all night, getting into those open areas, and what confidence on this kid. He's only 16 years old, and he looks right at home with these older professional, semi-professional players and everything in between. He's having a great night tonight.
Using those youthful legs.
Oh, yes. There's plenty of players who, you know, we mentioned it in the intermission, kind of slowed down a little bit, but Zitzerman's got the legs to go all night, and he's put up 3 beautiful goals for the Jerusalem Capitals, and we're tied at 3. Here's Evgeny Kozhevnikov walking back in for Jerusalem, centering feet, out in front, Zaitchik, and a save by Meltzer. His best save of the night there. Now it's near Sigalov, bring it up for Jerusalem, has to curl back, and it's going to be called on an offside. There's the play in front again for Zaitchik. What a feat to find him from Ilya Spector. Itamar Meltzer coming up big again for HC Tel Aviv. Hasn't allowed too many goals since he came in after Max Goldberg allowed the first 5. That was the first one he gave up all evening. It's Malashchenko back in. Malashchenko inside out, and Lim able to just launch this one away from pressure.
We'll see if any hats come down now following the announcement by the public address announcer Alex Anthony of Zitzerman's third goal.
We're also privileged, as Kenny said, to have Alex Anthony here. We have plenty of legends here tonight. Alex Anthony is the PA announcer for the New York Islanders. If you've been to UBS Arena plenty of times, you're certainly familiar with his voice. We're thrilled to have him with us here, announcing all the goals and everything in between for this wonderful game of hockey. There's a big hit by Malashchenko on Zitzerman, putting the young gun on his back. And now Malashchenko bringing it ahead. He's triple teamed, and Sprung turns it the other way quickly. Zitzerman left it off, hoping someone would skate into it. Nobody there. Sprung takes an extra second to get on the bench as both teams making some changes on the fly. Just coming up on 5 minutes to play here in the third period in a tie game. Here's Finfer with a shot on the outside, and it goes wide. Chris Blake stops the puck up in his skates, tries to soccer one down to the corner. Mikey Spivak was having none of that. Janello back in through center. Right side, it's Blake. Blake shoots, deflected on goal, save Lim. Rebound collected by Janello. Turn the puck over, trying to get back to the point. And now it's Timothy Payne bringing it ahead for Jerusalem. Tim Payne offside. Just thought he was going to be able to get in there, but a little mistimed with Nathaniel Peretz. We're going to go to one last break with under 5 minutes to play in the third period. You're watching the USA Challenge Cup here from UBS Arena. 6-6 game. Welcome back to UBS Arena. Israel Pride on full display tonight. And not only that, we have a great hockey game. It's 6-6 between HC Tel Aviv and the Jerusalem Capitals. Under 5 minutes to play. Glad you could join us. I'm Ben Baruch, joined by the legendary Kenny Albert here on the broadcast. Here to bring you the end of what's been an incredible game and an incredible moment for Jewish and Israeli hockey in the United States and all over the world. But now it's crunch time. Ziv Diener steps in to take this face-off against Denis Zaitchik. Over 100 shots on goal tonight, Kenny.
They set the tone in the first period. Both teams with over 20 shots, and right now with just under 5 minutes remaining, 57 shots for Tel Aviv, Jerusalem with 54. So the goaltenders, despite 6 goals on each side, have certainly performed well.
It's been an incredible offensive display by both teams, as now someone will probably look for a winner. Here's Janello stopping and starting in the offensive zone. Turns away from pressure. Looking to go back to the point. He finds Joey Finfer. Finfer, a light drive wide, comes out in front for Ziv Diener. Diener on the cycle. Down low it comes for Finfer. To the backhand, and a save made. Sitting in the crease, and Jack Lim able to cover up.
Sticks and gloves come up. A couple of players hit the ice.
Are they going to fight again? Blake wants all of Ilya Spector. Refs are going to break that one up. Chris Blake has been excellent in this game, but he has a terrific story too. We mentioned he's one of the first, he was the original captain of the Puck Empire Hulon Vipers. He also, when he went to Israel for the first time, he met an Israeli woman. Now they're engaged and they're getting married soon. Chris Blake is not Jewish, and he's been a terrific story and a great ambassador for this league and for this game. 2 goals tonight for him, including the 6th for HC Tel Aviv. Four minutes and 5 seconds left to play in the third period. The shots are 57-54 Jerusalem. This game has really evened up. Here's Ariel Kapolkin bringing it in down the right wing. Picked off by Levy. And then Tel Aviv able to keep it in an extra second. It's Richie Hayward sending it around the boards. Timothy Payne picks up for Jerusalem, and he gets on his horse. Timothy Payne up the left side for Sprung. Sprung delays, left it for Spivak, and he gets it in around. Isaac Levy with Zitzerman calling for it in the high slot. Never made it to him. Now Sprung looking to feed Zitzerman. Pass just a little bit off. Hayward, left side for Palazov. Able to get it in deep. Payne stopped it at the blue line, though. Richie Hayward, the defenseman, back for Tel Aviv. Nikita Lukin gets it a little bit deeper. Spivak up the right side for Zitzerman, trying to battle away from his coach, Nikita Lukin. Mikey Spivak, slowly but surely through center ice. Right side for Zitzerman, a little too far away, so Hayward tried to get it out. Zitzerman kept it in for an extra second. Lukin able to spring Palazov on a partial break. 1-on-2 into the zone. Palazov cuts to the middle, taken away by Sprung. And then he throws Ariel Kapolkin to the wall. Halpert getting away from a check as Kozhevnikov will let his team change, and Tel Aviv will do the same. Under 3 minutes to play in the third. Right side Nowry too far away from him, so Malischenko tried to get it around him. Excuse me, that was Peretz for Jerusalem. But now Tel Aviv able to recollect in their own end of the ice. It's a 6-6 game, but the pace is slowed a little bit, and this one's going to be an icing against Tel Aviv. Or no, they wave it off. Peretz was signaling for it. Never happened. Puck sitting at the side of the net, and a save by Lim. And now Peretz able to take it away. Natanel Peretz trying to get around Sigalov, a good defensive play, and that's going to be a penalty for slashing against Tel Aviv.
We saw how hot Jerusalem was on the power play in the first period when they went 3 for 3. And now they will head to the man advantage here, Ben, with 2 minutes, 20 seconds remaining in a tie game.
If you're HC Tel Aviv head coach Stu Gorgi, do you think of taking a timeout here?
May want to save it in case his players are tired midway through the penalty kill. We'll see.
He elects not to use it. It's a crucial penalty kill for Tel Aviv that was burned on the power play in the first period. Do they have another one here? Zitzerman off the faceoff. Left side, Kozhevnikov towards the net, saved by Meltzer. The rebound by Kozhevnikov. He couldn't get it on goal. And Sigalov, a crucial clear. Penalty being served by number 18, Joey Finfer. Kozhevnikov up to Zitzerman. Look at him fly over the blue line. Trying to center it in front for Zaitchik. It comes now to Evgeny Kozhevnikov. Down low for Zaitchik. Behind the net. Circles around. Spector coming to get it. Spector, with help from Zaitchik, gets the puck back. Up top, Mikhail Kozhevnikov to Evgeny. Back to Mikhail. Then left side, it's Zaitchik. Across coming for Evgeny Kozhevnikov. The pass was too far away from him. Sigalov trying to get the clear, and he fights for one, and he earns it. Lim has to keep it away from the oncoming Ziv Diener. And that's right onto the stick of Nikita Zitzerman. Here they come on the power play with a minute left on it. Ilya Spector in the right circle with Kozhevnikov calling for it at the top. Evgeny gets it down low, fumbles the puck a little bit as Hayward pins him to the wall. In comes Spector to collect the puck. Ziv Diener able to get the puck away and clear it all the way down.
We hit 1 minute remaining in regulation and 40 seconds on the power play for Jerusalem.
It's clock watching time here in the third. Timothy Payne brings it in. Payne to the backhand, never got a shot away. Collects it on the other side. Payne over to Zitzerman. He drives one and it was blocked away by Janello. Yuval Halpert to Zitzerman, top of the circle. Zitzerman sends one to the goal, looking for a deflection from Peretz. Never got it. Hayward fighting for the clear, and he'll get it. 15 seconds left on the power play, 33 in the game.
Zitzerman was looking for his fourth.
Wouldn't be surprised if he got it. Payne, right side to Peretz. Gets in onside. Peretz, the drop for Payne, goes between his legs. Trips down a man, Blake, no penalty. Payne in on the forecheck. Now Peretz dangles around, out in front, and Meltzer able to cover. And they still fight away for it in the front of the crease.
Penalty has expired, so Tel Aviv kills it off.
A huge kill for them after they allowed 3 power play goals in the first period. And 11 seconds separate this game from overtime. Good puck movement by Jerusalem on that power play, and good job by Natanel Peretz to get hard to the net and force Meltzer to make another important save. Sorting out some line changes in the dying seconds of the third period. Not a lot of overtime is played in the IEHL. It's a high-scoring league. Not many games get this far. So we are both in a historic game, playing an Israeli hockey game in the United States. And also as we come up on overtime, and it looks like we are going to have a timeout. The Jerusalem Capitals are going to call it, and they're going to talk things over. So Kenny, if you're Jerusalem, what are you talking about right now in this timeout?
Well, they have time. Face off in the offensive zone with over 11 seconds remaining, so we'll see what they have in mind as far as drawing up a set play, but certainly enough time to win the face-off, get a shot away, and then battle for a rebound.
It would be a huge goal if they managed to pull that off. Otherwise, we go to overtime here at UBS Arena. And for Tel Aviv, how do you defend an offensive zone face-off in such a crucial moment of the game?
Well, we'll see how they line up for the draw to the left of their goaltender.
They got a lot of players in front of Meltzer. Jerusalem wins the faceoff. Kozhevnikov sends one up high off the back glass. 7 seconds to go. Ziv Diener trying to get it out. Kept in by Jerusalem, but time will expire. And the IEHL USA Challenge Cup heads to overtime.
Pretty appropriate that these fans will have the opportunity to watch some overtime hockey.
A little bonus hockey coming up here from UBS Arena. The first time two Israeli teams have played each other in the United States. It's not the first time they went to overtime. In fact, their first meeting went to a shootout. Jerusalem won that one by a score of 6-5. We'll see what we have coming up in store. Overtime up next here from UBS Arena.
Israel is pretty small and we don't have a lot of tourists these days.
שאין אנשים, אין מכירות.
Business-wise, I was paralyzed.
I didn't sell for like 2-3 months.
All our relatives and friends said that we need to leave the Israel.
I just like to spread the light in this really, really dark times here in the country.
ESSEC gives us the opportunity to sell outside of Israel, around the world.
We'll do everything for you, just give us the products and we'll do all this messy stuff that I don't like to do.
The fact that I can help people around the world feel connected to Israel.
זה לא שאנחנו עובדות עם עסק, אנחנו עובדות ביחד עם עסק.
It's a big pleasure to have our candles all over the world.
הכרתי את עסק לפני חצי שנה. ישר עולה לי חיוך.
Hi, my name is Alexis Efron, and I am the Influencer Brand Manager here at Barzal Media. Now, more than ever, it's time to stand behind the voices of Jewish pride. There is so much potential to make an impact online. But how do we do that? How do we take action and fight back digitally without spending a dime or having a massive following behind us? That's where Spark comes in. Spark is a technology platform used to amplify the voices of our pro-Israel influencers and make sure that their message is heard. So, join our community, take 2 minutes a day to take action. Scan the QR code below and download Spark Activist and join using the code BARZEL. Let's rally the digital troops.
Welcome back to UBS Arena. The USA Challenge Cup requires overtime tonight. It's a 6-6 hockey game between HC Tel Aviv and the Jerusalem Capitals. We'll play this like they do in the NHL, 3-on-3 for 5 minutes and a shootout if necessary. We mentioned the first meeting between these two teams went to a shootout. So did another one in 2023 where Jerusalem won 2-1 in a shootout. But that's it. That's the only time these two teams have went past overtime. So we're in for a treat. I'm Ben Baruch alongside my broadcast partner, the legendary Kenny Albert. We got a show for you tonight.
Keep an eye on 71, Zitzerman on the ice for Jerusalem. He already has a hat trick tonight.
Looking for 4, and what a night that would be to cap off. Here comes Joey Finfer. Excuse me, that's Ziv Diener to the outside. He's hauled down and puck collected by Nikita Zitzerman. 3-on-3 means extra room for everyone to skate as here comes Timmy Payne. He's got the wheels. Right side to Spector. Spector in front for Payne, and Zitzerman digging for it, couldn't get the puck. Ziv Diener will slow it down with Mike Ginello. He won Tel Aviv's first ever championship and the only one they had in overtime as a big hit thrown on by Spector. They'll play on. 9-8 was the score in that game against the now puck empire Hulon Vipers. Ginello brings it in. Ginello to the outside. He shoots one high over limb. Malischenko. Cuts inside. Malischenko shoots and a save by Lim.
What a move.
What a move by Malischenko to beat the defender. He got a really good shot there on Jack Lim.
Now both teams will send some fresh skaters onto the ice during this 3-on-3 overtime period.
It's really important that you stay fresh, right, Kenny? Everyone's exerting themselves so much more in overtime. You really got to watch your ice time here.
Absolutely. You don't want to get caught at the end of a shift, unable to get back to defend.
Zaitchik wins the defensive zone faceoff, and it's Mikhail Kozhevnikov. Picked away by Malischenko. He's pinned to the boards by Mikhail Kozhevnikov. Puck is free on the side of the boards, and it's collected by Tel Aviv. Spinning out in front, intended for Malischenko, never made it there. And then Zaitchik able to clear the zone.
Icing waved off.
Icing waved off, will play on. Near Sigalov. Up to Malischenko. Across to Gennady. Gennady with Sigalov going to the net. Drop for the other Malischenko brother. The shot is blocked. Taken away by Peretz. Turns on the Jets, going to the outside. Peretz inside out, and it's blocked away by Nir Sigalov. Kept in the zone almost by Finfer, and now a stoppage behind the play.
Peretz was shaken up. Official stop play. So he can skate off to the Jerusalem bench.
Off in a little bit of pain there, but he looks okay. His stick's on the ice, so a good break for Jerusalem to get a little bit of a change. Just over 3 minutes to play in overtime. There you see he's knocked down behind the play, and good play by the referee to just slow things down, make sure everyone's okay for Jerusalem. Peretz getting checked out there on the bench in a little bit of pain, but you know he wants to get back out there and be a contributor for his team. Timothy Payne off the neutral zone draw. Skates back with this one. As Zaitchik on his left, he finds him with a pass. Here's Zaitchik in, shoots! Walkered aside by Meltzer. Picked up behind the net. It's sitting on the stick of Meltzer. It's loose for a second, and the referee will blow the whistle. Good job by Denis Zaitchik to take the open ice. The native of Gomel, Belarus, at 90 points in 297 games in the top Belarusian league. A couple Belarusian players here tonight. Played 6 games in the IEHL with Ashdod in 2024, and also played here in the United States with the Watertown Wolves for a little bit in the FPHL. Also a little bit in Czechia as well. Payne sends one to the goal on a save. Zaitchik on the rebound, he scores! The winner for Denis Zaitchik! Jerusalem wins 7-6! What a party going on at center ice, and what a game we had. Denis Zaitchik, the hero, in overtime tonight for the Jerusalem Capitals.
Well, Jerusalem had the lead for most of the game. 5-2 at one point. Tel Aviv would score the next 4 to take a 6-5 lead. Jerusalem tied it, and now the OT winner.
What a play from Denis Zaitchik, just finding the extra space, and he makes no mistake, going over the shoulder of Itai Meltzer. What a way to finish this exciting hockey game from UBS Arena. It's our goal of the game, brought to you by Essex, supporting Israeli small businesses rebuilding after the war. And it's a memorable one. Jerusalem Capitals winning the first IEHL game in North America. And in a show of sportsmanship, they're all going to shake hands and commemorate an incredible moment for hockey history here in the United States.
There's the hero, Zaitchik, scores the game winner, 2 minutes, 14 seconds into the overtime period.
It was an incredible game from start to finish. Nikita Zitzerman with 3 goals. He's going to be our player of the game. We'll have an interview with him shortly. Kenny, your overall thoughts on what we just saw here tonight?
Well, it was certainly a highly entertaining hockey game with 13 goals. The shots were 61-57 in favor of Tel Aviv, and the fans who filled the lower bowl here at UBS Arena certainly got their money's worth.
And, hopefully this is just the start. These two teams put on a great show for Tel Aviv, and hopefully it's the first of many occasions the IEHL could put on here in the United States, showcasing this great game of hockey to a ruckus crowd here at UBS Arena on Long Island. Kenny, it was a pleasure to hang out with you a little bit on the broadcast today. Your final thoughts on this game here at UBS?
Well, Ben, first of all, tremendous job. You probably know this league, these players, as well as anybody from the time you spent in Israel as an intern, and I know you've continued to follow the league. You shared some tremendous information over the last couple of weeks with the entire crew, so great job throughout the evening. Over 62 minutes of hockey here at UBS Arena, and certainly a great product down on the ice as well.
What an incredible night of hockey. Everyone looks to be going home happy. It was a party from start to finish. And Jerusalem's the winner, and we knew going into this game that Jerusalem wanted to win. Both teams wanted to win, and there was such fire and passion from both teams. But, to see this display of camaraderie on the ice, everyone knows that deep down, this was a game for Israeli pride and for Jewish pride. It was an incredible night from start to finish. An incredible opening ceremony. Chris Blake started it off. He tied the game later, but not before Nikita Zitzerman got it going in the first period. It was an entertaining game from start to finish. We're so happy and so privileged you could join us here from UBS Arena. For my broadcast partner, the legendary Kenny Albert, my name is Ben Baruch. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you hopefully in the future with the IEHL. Have a good one.